Steve Hyde, please go back and mark board 29. You were the last loser.
Afternoon everyone and welcome to Selsey, the Fun Leisure Resort to be exact, for the England Open Darts Championship. This is the first big event back on UK soil since the COVID-19 pandemic began, and it is great to see the return of the darts. Henry Deacon and Nick Qualls are here with you in the commentary box over the next couple of days, bringing you all the action. We've reached the last 32 stage of the women's competition, and as you can see we've got a real cracker for you to kick things off as Katrina Gulliver takes on Lorraine, Wynn, Stanley. Nick Qualls is alongside me in commentary, and it's great to be back, isn't it, Nick?
It is great to be back, yes. Sorry about that. I picked up the wrong microphone. That's a good start. You can tell I haven't been here for a couple of years.
Just a few years away.
Yes, it's been brilliant to see so many people that you haven't had contact with for 18 months, 2 years. So yeah, really looking forward to some great darts this afternoon. And as you say, what a game to start off with. What a welcome back, hey, the 10-time world champion.
10-time world champion Katrina Gulliver back in Selsey. Great to see Trina back as well, and what a task that is against Lorraine, Wynn, Stanley. Lorraine, of course, former Lakeside finalist, former World Masters champion, so a game between two players of plenty of pedigree.
Yes, Lorraine, I think, lost to Makura, if I'm not mistaken, in the final at Lakeside, the final Lakeside, or before now. It's been a strange position. I don't think we really know who's going to play well, because some of them played the online darts tournaments, and some have sat in their living rooms and watched darts but not played a lot. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes back firing on all cylinders, I think.
And it's supposed to be a case of the players that have been able to play those little bits during lockdown are going to be the ones that perhaps are a bit more prepared for this tournament, because obviously other players haven't had the opportunity because restrictions have been in place.
You would have thought that would be the case, but who knows who's been practicing behind the closed doors of their own home and putting in the hours. But it's not. It's a little bit. I know you're into your football. It's a bit like the football. The training ground, and you can do as much training as you like. But suddenly the whistle goes. You step over the white line for an actual game, and there's a different mentality to game on, isn't there?
And I suppose as a player as well, where in the past you can kind of plot who's in form and who's not, and of course players do look at who's in form and who's not. Here, less so. You don't know who's playing what, and it kind of throws up a lot of different things that there wouldn't have been before.
Absolutely. There's, when we go into or been into Lakeside, there's always a tournament. It was a tournament called the Zydadoon Masters, and you always could have a real good feel for who's going to do well at Lakeside coming out of the Zydadoon. If someone did well at Zydadoon, they went into the Lakeside obviously feeling confident. So yes, you're exactly right. You just don't know. There's no form to go on there. It's a bit like the 2-year-olds in a horse race.
And of course, going into the autumn, there's a fair few events coming up, a few gold-ranked events, and obviously now the golden ticket to Lakeside for those who win those events. I suppose those events going into the World Championships in January are almost going to be not used as warm-up events, but it will pit who's in form and who's out of form, and it'll almost be like an autumn series of events.
You're absolutely right, Henry. I think this is as you said, this is the first really big tournament in Europe. That's unfortunately we lost the Dutch Open, which was going to be our opener, for want of a better phrase. But yes, a golden ticket is a really good way of putting it. We call it a gold-graded event, and the winner of both the men's and the ladies' tournaments go directly to Lakeside, which is a great incentive, I would have thought, for every player that's still left. They're in the last 32. I'm 31 away from playing at Lakeside in January.
And the amount of pressure it takes off you as well going into the final events, not chasing anything or looking at ranking tables and things like that. You're there.
Very true. I think it's going to be interesting because look, with the ladies there, we have 24 ladies going to Lakeside. There are going to be tested here.
That's the practice starts over. It's going to be Lorraine to throw first for the ball.
We have 6 or 7 golden events, and then the ranking table. So there'll be some that will get in through the ranking table and through a gold event.
25.
But you're right, it does take the pressure off, doesn't it?
And our first starts on the stream this afternoon. Katrina Gulliver against Lorraine, Wynn, Stanley. The two players are pulling up.
First leg, it's Lorraine to throw first.
The 25, game on. So we'll go again.
I think Charlie's called Lorraine start closer. So that's... Yeah, he has.
Indeed he has. So Lorraine, Wynn, Stanley will kick us off on the live stream this afternoon. Thank you very much to everyone that is tuning in.
Yes, welcome back to Selsey. Sunny Selsey by the sea.
Well, just a little bit overcast this afternoon.
Wow.
And what a start for Katrina Gulliver! Welcome back to Selsey.
What were we saying about who's in form and who's not? Should we go home now? She's a 10 times world champion. Surely that's it. It's all over, isn't it? 9 darts are coming in.
64.
The only problem, I think the average might go down from here.
Yes, that is a bit of a disappointment that you can only go down from here. But what a start. Welcome back, as you said.
24.
And of course, into the last 32 stage, players began play at 10 o'clock this morning, so they are a few games in, so they are match sharp now.
Yes, you can see over Trina's right shoulder, the back side of the boards there, on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the ladies' board.
140.
8 boards they've been playing on. So another 140 as well from Trina. So.
Leaves herself on a finish after 9 against the darts in this opening leg. Best of 7 these games 41. We're going to show you this afternoon.
Trina,
so
you require
quick
157.
Races. First to 4. We'll get through to the last 16.
Yes, some big names still left in the ladies' tournament. So obviously Dita Hedman's there and Corinne Hammond. I think we were looking down earlier, weren't we? Who else was it? Laura Turner still going. Fallon Sherrick. Leanne Topper,
100.
Maria O'Brien and Joe Locke.
Trina, you require
I think they were
97.
playing as we started, so I'm not quite sure whether that game was finished, but lots of big names there.
Katrina Gulliver wanting 97 for the opening leg.
Treble 18 now for 78, and 20 will tied it up for tops.
57. Lorraine, you require 158.
158. 2 treble 20s for double 19. Won't be done on this occasion. Gulliver wants tops for the opening leg against the darts as well.
It's important the darts.
19.
I think in these short games, 7 legs.
Trina, you require 40.
Because theoretically, if Lorraine had or does win this first
game
leg,
shot on the first
had
leg.
She won it,
Trina Gulliver.
Then Trina's got to break her twice with only 2 attempts left. If that makes
Second
sense.
leg,
well,
it's Trina to throw first.
Big break
game
of
on
for Katrina Gulliver. 1-0 up in this race to 4 in the last 32.
Talking to Lorraine yesterday, Henry, and she was saying that she didn't feel quite as though she was in the tournament that we played yesterday. She got to the quarterfinals before losing to Bo Greaves last night in the England national singles. But now she's going to prove me wrong.
140.
I think she's warmed up, Nick.
I think they can hear us. I know what we'll do, Nick. You say something and we'll make you look a fool.
Starters they need to go on.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
A good game to start, and we're here with you throughout the day, bringing you the tournament as it goes through to its concluding stages. Up to the end of the quarterfinal tonight. We'll see the semi-finals on stage tomorrow.
That's right, yep, the semi-finals of both the England national singles and this England Open. So, yes, I think it's 14 games tomorrow.
66.
With the 2 youth games, the boys and the girls games as well.
Just a quiet shift.
Yes, yeah, very much so.
Wynn here has straight into the single one, so goes down for cover.
Trina's been by far the more consistent at the moment. You can
24.
We have the averages, and Trina's averaging about 76. So Lorraine's well back and just an average of 61 at this moment in time. Change of scenery for Lorraine then. See if that makes a difference.
136.
A bit there. Trina Gulliver, the first ever winner of the England Open back in 2008, 2-time winner of this event. Wynn Stanley also winner of this, so both have got pedigree in this competition.
I think Henry, if you were to say that Trina won any title, you'd probably be right, and nobody would disbelieve you.
Easy research.
41.
Adam Mould, James Hurrell, please.
So Wynn Stanley and 135 have a potential opportunity to break the Gulliver throw back.
85. Lorraine, you require 135.
85 leaves 155, so we should see the bull to start off with here. Now 60 to leave bull. That's unlucky, so 40 scored, 95 left. One of the things that you find with Lorraine as a player,
Trina, you require 155
in the last I don't know, 2 or 3 years around asking the referee what's left. So many players just think they're not allowed to ask a referee what's left and throw it anywhere.
Lorraine, you require 76.
Lorraine's got very good at being absolutely sure she's going for the right number. I think her husband told her she had to do that. Dean's a bit of a stickler for that. 68 they're scored, leaves double 4.
68.
Couldn't convert this time, so Gulliver.
Trina, you require 100.
All about the 20s here. Tops. No, she's either go treble 20, double 10 route.
60.
Leaves tops.
Lorraine,
Should
you
she come
require
back
8.
when Stanley wants double 4 for that break back.
Game
And
shot on the
gets
second
break
leg.
back.
Lorraine
and we are
wins
back on
Stanley.
throw, one apiece. We thought this game would be tight.
Third leg, it's
and there
Lorraine
may
to
just
throw
be a leg
first.
in amongst it.
Game
and
on.
It's certainly in these early stages proving that.
Yeah, it certainly did. And it's good leg from Lorraine there, having, let's face it, she did take a bit of a pasting in the first leg, albeit Trina hit that 180 and the 140 in the same leg, which certainly is going to open up holes.
An unlucky 60 there from Lorraine, both those
85.
first 2 darts on top of the wire.
Yeah, I don't think players, personally, I don't think the players are too disappointed if they score 60 in that way. I think this will be the bit that will disappoint when they're sort of going awry from the 20s. That's the bit that you can see Lorraine's face there.
It's been patchy for the boat for Lorraine Winston. Some good darts, but I think she knows, you can tell with her face at the back of the stage, has been just 1 or 2 visits, has been disappointing thus far. And
yeah, very true.
you can see in the averages, Gulliver 8 points in front.
71.
To go down with the 19s at the start of the visit.
I think it's always a bit of a sign when a player's not really feeling it, if that's the right word, if they start throwing at the 19s or throwing at different numbers. And
87.
It's one of the things that Trina, even in the last few years, when she hasn't been playing quite to the standard that she set herself, I guess, she was still very focused
78.
on her mental side of beating another player by not showing emotion and not changing the way that she would go for things. Whereas if Trina now sees that Lorraine's going 19, she might be thinking, "Oh, I've got her here." Do you see what I mean?
Psychology on
yeah,
it, yeah.
Yeah. Much better way of putting it than I tried to explain.
And again, when Stanley goes down for the 19s at the start of the visit.
47.
And of course, with these short form matches, you can't work your way into it. You've got to get out the blocks quickly. And
very much so. It's interesting, the back end of the last leg, you said that Trina
121.
Trina on the 120 and you went tops. I tend to find so far, and albeit we've had a year and a half out, the guys tend to do it, but the girls tend not to.
45.
Fallon may do.
Trina, you require 86.
They're more conventional, if that's the way. Something that perhaps the ladies will start looking at as they try to push themselves forward.
46.
Great last start.
yeah, it's fantastic last start to leave tops after 18. And Stanley can only leave it handy. It'll be, if Gulliver can get this, our third consecutive break of throw in our opening string match.
Yeah.
Trina, you require 40.
Tops for another break.
Theoretically, she's going to get 6 starts at this. You
Game
would have
shot
thought
in the third
in the
leg.
way that
Trina Gulliver
Lorraine's playing, but she didn't need it. She only needed 2.
Yes, only needed the 2
Fourth
darts.
leg, it's
You
Trina
just
to
sense
throw
that this
first.
is an important leg
Game
here
on.
because I think we've kind of established that Trina's got a little bit of the upper hand here.
The averages are telling us that as well. Henry 71
85.
for Trina. 10 points in front of Lorraine at this moment in time. And there'll be no bigger critic of herself than Lorraine, knowing how she's played.
24.
Darts, isn't it? Those loose darts into the single and triple one
Yeah.
that's been her undoing thus far.
That steely focus
34.
seems to be back with Trina. It's great to see. Great to see.
It's eye of the tiger like, isn't it? It's unwavering.
Yeah.
Interesting, Lorraine just stepped back after that dart there.
I think she's fed up with going in the 1s and the
26.
5s, to be fair.
And as a player, there can't be anything more frustrating than something like that happening because there's nothing you can do about it.
81.
Sometimes it's just one of those games.
It is. I understand. I'm not a... I know how to throw a dart, but I wouldn't profess to be a dart player in any way, shape or form. But yes, you get the feeling when you're refereeing the game if a player's, whether
60.
it be bad luck or whether it just be that they're having an off day, you can definitely sense it.
And potentially another thing as well, these players wouldn't have played on a stage like this for
99.
18 months. Actually not played many competitions for the last 18 months. And of course that can change some things as well, can't it?
Definitely. It's, as I say earlier, I think it's going to be very interesting to see which players do come through and
58.
and which players remember how to play on a stage. I get the feeling that it won't bug Trina in any way, shape or form. I think at the risk of sounding a bit rude, she's been there and got the T-shirt, and it's
60.
just a case of coming back to, yeah, okay, maybe a couple of legs to get reacclimatised, but I'm ready for it now, I should imagine.
Worn the T-shirt on more than many occasions as well.
This leg, she's absolutely storming
24.
away. And while she has played well, I think
Trina, you require
Lorraine hasn't really
142.
performed throughout the game.
A bit of an incline-decline type
What
thing.
a
and this
double
is
16.
brilliant.
Game
Oh
of the
my
fourth
goodness
leg.
me.
Katrina Gulliver.
A 1-4-2 for Trina Gulliver to hold throw, and now
Fifth
she's
leg,
a
it's
leg
Lorraine to
away
throw
from victory
first.
and a place in the last 16 when Stanley needs to hold throw, otherwise she is out.
The amazing thing there for me, Henry, was just the
24.
confidence with which he went. 60, bull, 32. There was no, what shall I go for? And this is where I'm talking about the clear focus of what
She's in
she's going to
again
go
as
for.
well, Nick.
Yep.
140.
She's suddenly up the average. She's now just taking a look at 76, just under 77. The average has gone up dramatically over the last couple of legs. And I think it kind of caught us out because we thought she was going to lay up and not go for the bullseye there as well.
Yeah, exactly that. I think there was I was looking at 42,
30.
I must admit. But, yeah, fantastic finish. 142, 180 to open the whole show. Hey. When you've been a show lady, I guess you're always there, aren't you?
45.
Just natural.
Yep.
And she's got some breathing room in this leg as well against the darts. Saying that.
100.
Can be a bit strange, I think. Lorraine, perhaps in her head, has gone, well, the game's gone now. Relaxes and suddenly they start flying a
60.
bit better. Sometimes you see that in games when there's a sort of a big deficit, don't you, when you're watching on TV and people start playing. And look, here we go again. Lorraine's gone back into the treble.
This is much more like it. This is Lorraine
140.
Winston, we know. Suddenly from there, she's in front in the leg.
Yeah.
Leg she has to win.
26.
Yeah, from 130 points behind 2 turns ago, she's 23 in front. Amazing turnaround.
And it's forced that low score from Trina Gulliver as well, just 26 on the last turn.
41.
But should be cutting that last time to the single one.
Absolutely, leaves no finish as well.
On 6-6 bogey number. And look where Trina is again.
50 left.
190.
Brilliant for Trina Gulliver. Needs herself 50 for the match.
Do you know,
She will get darts at it.
You know what would make it now, don't you? Just go one dart straight at the bull.
Could you imagine
43.
Selzy would erupt?
Trina, you require 50.
She's 10 here.
Tops for the match.
10.
This
One,
is on
two.
that occasion.
Lorraine, you
so
require
Winston has
123.
1, 2, 3 here.
Treble 19 would leave 16 in the bull. Treble 18 bull.
Unlucky. So Gulliver will be back. Win the
91.
match. Get the opening rubber on the streaming board.
Trina, you require 40.
Needs to hit this now with Lorraine on 32.
Game.
And there it is
shot,
for Trina
and
Gulliver.
the match. Trina
She's into the last
Gulliver.
16. And in the battle of the champions on the streaming board, it is Trina who gets through. An impressive display. 75 average. She is through by 4 legs to 1. Well, welcome back. Game number 2, the first men's game that we've seen on the live stream this afternoon, and we've got a cracker for you. We've got Gary Stafford against Tavis Dudney. Stafford plays his county darts for Hampshire, made the Isle of Man last 16 last year. The last event pretty much before lockdown 1, so if we have some kind of form guide we can go under, that's probably the only one we've got.
Yeah, Tavis has been playing a lot of the youth tournaments that the England Darts Organisation have organised, and has done really, really well in lots of those tournaments. So if you were going as a form student, I guess it would be with Tavis. Gary's definitely got, obviously, the experience, with Tavis only being 17. But yes, I guess Tavis is the form for me. But hey, we thought Lorraine and Trina would be a bit closer than it was, didn't we? So there we go.
We've not had a good start in the comms booth, have we?
Well, not you can't take the blame. I was the one that
the one who stuck his neck above the parapet.
Yeah, exactly that.
So Tavis only 17. And of course, I suppose for the youth players, they've been the one that's been hardest hit by this, because obviously it's their development, formative years, and 18 months out for anyone's been bad enough, let alone when you're a player trying to make your way through, especially in the youth systems.
So true. I mean, the way that the youth system works is you have to be under the age of 18 to be able to play in the final of a tournament. So those people that were just reaching sort of 17, 18 have missed out on their last year or year and a half in youth, because they're now gone over the age of 18. So yeah, we've definitely felt very sorry for those guys. I mean, from a WDF point of view, we've tried to help them a little bit by saying, look, if you qualify for a tournament, we'll put you into the seniors. But of course, it's not quite the same as that opportunity they would have had to win a youth tournament. But there we go. I guess it's been the same for all of us, just a little bit harder on the youth. I was going to say kids then, but that'd be rude, wouldn't it?
Winners and losers, isn't there, if we unfortunately over the last 18 months or so. What's great is we're actually back here in Selsey. Sunshine's not quite with us this afternoon on the south coast, but nonetheless it's great to be here after all. And what a first game we did have as well. Katrina Gulliver really turned on the style, didn't she? It was like she'd never been away.
It was crazy in so much as that, we did, okay, let's see what they're going to make it. On the first 3 darts, 180. It's just unbelievable. It's fantastic. I've just
over, it's Gary to throw
just
for the
spoken to Trina as well, and she's over the moon with the way she played. We're having 25. A bit of a laugh about the 142 out as well. So
2 players here pulling up.
25.
Go again, both in the 25.
Big lad for 17, isn't he?
I know. Want to get on the wrong end of him, would you?
No, you wouldn't. This is one of the rules at this moment in time. So Tavis has thrown outside of the ball, but because the dart's standing up, Gary can ask for that dart to be straightened. Now, obviously, we don't see Anthony do that, but there is a special way to do that and make it straight.
25.
So as he gets a throw at the ball, we'd love to remove the rule. If it's outside of the ball, it's outside, and it doesn't matter where it lands. But you never know how long you could be throwing at the bull. If it was me playing, you could be there for a few days, I can assure you.
We'd have to put the venue for a little bit longer. But we are underway here in this last 64 in the men's
95.
competition. Same as the women's competition, best of 7 legs. So first to 4 will book their place in the last 32. We're playing down to the semi-finals in both the competitions today,
21.
and we'll see the finals on the stream tomorrow. So plenty of darts to look forward to here on the England Darts YouTube channel.
Interesting watching Tavis as he goes to take his dart out of his left hand. He sort of rotates round. He doesn't bring his hand to his dart. He takes his body to his hand to take out the second dart and third dart. Whereas most people, their natural movement, I think, I'm just going to watch Gary actually his hand's a little bit nearer, but is to bring their left hand up towards their right. But
very much a go and price style action from Gary Stafford, isn't it? Puts the dart up, and then back and throws.
$26.
But of course, every throw's individual. It's got to be what's comfortable for you. There's no right way or wrong way when you win matches.
Well, I've obviously put the bock on Tavis because I said he's got the man with form, and Gary's down to 66 after 12.
with the darts as well. But here he comes.
100.
Sign of
Gary,
things
you
to
require
come.
66.
Tavis Dudney. 66 then for Gary Stafford. Leaves double 18. And that was
Game
a
shot in the
fantastic
first
marker,
leg.
wasn't
Gary
it?
Stafford.
He just crashed
Second
it off
leg,
the barrel
Tavis
and he
to throw
does that.
first. Game on.
Takes the opening leg with throw. He leads 1-0. How about this for a post?
15 dart
97.
first leg for Gary. He'd be more than happy with that. I think if you said, Gary, you're going to walk up and do 15 darts all the way through, he'd say thank you very much and walk off the stage straight away.
Always nice to have a ton average, isn't it?
82.
Indeed.
In front of the cameras. That could be said in front of the mates tomorrow.
It's interesting with the youth. I think we were just getting to a place before lockdown, whether
59.
especially through England darts, so the youth was making really big strides in both the boys and the girls competitions, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Obviously, we're going to have the youth final on tomorrow.
140.
To see the standard there, because we got Leighton Bennett, and Bo Greaves had that fantastic game here. Just
180.
Saying that, fantastic darts on Dudney. Can't leave a finish, but puts himself in front in the leg. And it's Gary Stafford who's averaging 103 at this present
60.
moment. Will go down as a consequence of that. But 6 darts here for the 17-year-old to hold throw and get himself back level.
A bit of a smile.
26.
Surprised he stayed up there for that last dart. 66 would have left 99. Perhaps going downstairs on the 19s might have been a bit wiser, but no harm done with
96.
Gary back as he was. Although
Tavis,
he's
you
taking the
require
lead now.
139.
139, up to the 20s first. We'll go down the 19s, ton left. Unlucky
54.
there, that would have left tops if he got it.
Gary, you require
Stafford
123.
wants 123. Down for the 19s.
Just hit the treble 7 means he can't leave a finish, but he can certainly set
91.
up 32.
Tavis, you require 85.
So this has to go for Tavis Dudney. 85, treble 15 for tops. Oh, he's straight into the single one.
53.
Missed the big number.
Gary, you require
Stafford's back for a
32.
2-0 lead and a break of throw on double 16.
Tavis's face told the story there. You didn't need to see the dart, did you?
16.
But goes inside, gets a second bite of the
Tavis,
cherry.
you require
And it's the
32.
target that Stafford's just missed.
Game
And he
shot in the
picks up
second leg.
pieces, levels
Tavis
the game,
Dudney.
1-1, we're on throw.
Third leg, Gary to throw first.
Gary will
Game
be
on.
kicking himself there, but that was an ideal opportunity. He had the throw, and then to get a break on the throw really would have put the pressure on Tavis. But as it is,
97.
we're 1-1.
Of course, averages are a guide. There's about 20 points at the average between these two, but yet we're level at 1 apiece. It's all about the doubles in this game.
59.
Bobby famously said.
Indeed.
Gary Stafford will Willy woo those 3 missed darts at double 16 and an
44.
open bed. Come the end of this game, these short courses means that every mistake punished means so much more.
39.
That was a bit of an opportunity there for Tavis, I felt.
And here comes Gary Stafford.
140.
Used to travel the circuit with our good friend Scott Mitchell. Now, of course, plying his trade in the PDC and doing very well. But yeah, so
43.
Gary's lost his flatmate for going touring.
I bet there's some stories.
I'm not going there.
Non-broadcastable, I can imagine.
60.
Just a 60 there, although I don't think I'll matter too much. Dudley can't leave a finish even if he hits a max.
Just to be clear, I don't know any stories. I'm not saying there are stories and that I wasn't going there, if that makes sense. Unfortunately for me, I will have
60.
Sharon Mitchell
Gary, you
and
require
Leanne
160.
questioning me. What do you know then, Nick?
Another one of them. Chops. Oh,
140.
unlucky. What a finish that would have been. The biggest he would have seen on the stream so far. But he will come back for double 10. But there could be some pressure on this. There will be hits and pressure on this.
180. Gary, you require 20.
Double 10 for Gary Stafford to hold his throw.
Game
Takes
shot
it
in the
with the
third
first
leg.
dart.
Gary Stafford.
I think that's
Fourth
the
leg, Tavis to throw first. Game on.
where Gary's played gone round the countries doing the tour. That 180, yes, it did put some pressure, but they're used to it. He's used to that.
92.
Had it been the other way round and Tavis was on the double, I wonder whether it would have got into his head because of his age, you know. But bit of experience there from Gary. Don't panic. You still want a lovely double 10, and he's 2-1 up.
57.
And if you can break through here, you'll have the darts to see the game off.
And averaging 89 as well, Gary. So good game of darts.
Yes, indeed.
100.
Stafford was averaging around the 100 mark as well at some point in this game. That's how good the stand has been. It continues to be.
140.
You're absolutely right with what you were saying, Henry. It is about the doubles at the end of the day, and the fact that Tavis has been beaten quite secure.
23.
Or Gary's held his throw really securely, is why he's 20 points ahead in the averages. But there's nothing in this leg, or there wasn't before this throw, and it could be 2-2.
81.
Well, after hitting a treble 20 of his first start, I think he'd be quite disappointed with the outcome there. Just 81.
59.
But Dudney couldn't capitalise.
2-2-3 and 2-2-7. Should go back up here to leave 164. That's
40.
unlucky. Not a lot you can do about that, unfortunately.
Calamitous flick of the barrel. And now Dudney is looking to apply the utmost punishment.
83.
Another horrible last start. Massive difference between 144 and 127.
So an outshot nonetheless. What can Stafford leave here?
59. Tavis should acquire 144.
But Dudney with the first go at 144. There's a treble 18.
72 scored and 72 left.
Sarah Roberts to board 8, please. Sarah
Gary
Roberts
acquire 120.
to board
Would have
8.
been a lovely one.
Thank you.
124.
Should go 14 here. And the ball.
79.
Leaves himself back on 30. Sorry, on
Tavis should acquire
45.
56.
Dudney 56. We've got a 16 route for tops to level this match. Good marker.
16.
It wasn't a badly thrown dart, I don't think. It's just a
Gary, you
few
require
millimetres
45.
away. Could be the difference between 2-all and 3-1 down. 45-13. Oh, he's gone 5 tops.
For the breaker throw.
Game shot in the fourth
And
leg.
gets
Gary
the breaker
Stafford.
throw. And now Gary Stafford throws for the match.
Fifth leg, Gary to throw first.
Have a look at those
Game on.
averages. 85 for Gary Stafford. This has been a really, really promising display for him.
Yeah, good solid stuff from Gary. Interesting that he left tops there. I wonder whether the rogue darts on double
60.
16 last time round, where he was way outside and then way inside, were what tempted him to go for tops. I know he doesn't mind either, but most players would go to leave 16s.
140.
A good start there for Tavis Dudney in a leg he has to win to stay in the match. Takes the darts. And
22.
Stafford strays into the single ones. So a great opportunity here for the young man. Get it back to 3-2, back on throw, win that.
22.
Last leg's anyone's game.
It is. I think that just sums up Tavis's game here. He's hit some really nice 140s and tons, and then he's hit the 26s and the 22s, and the averaging
47.
of 60 or 80 throws always going to beat that 140, and then followed by a 22. I think.
A bit of consistency, which he'll find with experience.
Absolutely.
But this is a beautiful visit as well.
81.
Put the commentator's curse on that. Still a leg up in the offing though. Dudney has the advantage. I think Stafford knew a
41.
big score there, and it was right up in the offing.
Yeah, Tavis is well in front before this lot.
180.
Can't ask for much more than that.
Dulcet tones of Anthony Dundas calling out the 180.
140.
174.
Tavis should acquire
Aha,
78.
you've heard.
One of the best calls in darts. Dudney will love this call if it goes in.
He wants the bull.
And unlucky
53.
there. Hits the 25. Will definitely come back.
It's an
Could
interesting.
have laid up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting way to go there. I think 14 leaves you 64, whereas you go 18, you leave 60, you can go 20 and then tops, and you could have had one dart at tops rather than one at the bull. So
60.
not a great fan of the way that he
Tavis
went
should acquire 25.
there, and especially with Gary on 191. But
2-8 to make it academic, and that's a good marker.
17.
Pulls it, brings it inside, so double 4.
Gary should acquire
Should return.
131.
Gary Stafford, 131. The start goes down for the treble 17s.
91. Tavis should acquire
Went for
8.
tops. Leaves himself tops, should he come back? Double 4. Again, another good marker.
nearly walked there, I think.
To recompose, and it goes inside. Double 2.
4.
And this now is for the
Gary should
match.
acquire
For
40.
Gary Stafford. Tops to seal it.
Game,
And a
shot,
mightily impressive
and the match.
performance from Gary Stafford. Sees himself beat the youngster. It's experience that prevails here in Selsey with an 80 average. He is through to the next round here at the England Open.
Very well played there. I think the experience told there, Henry, was my gut feel of that. Tavis just lost his composure a little bit, especially on that last leg, the double 4 and double 2, and Gary just saw off the tops, and as you say, makes his way into the next round. I think is that the 32 he's in now, if I'm not mistaken.
So, yes.
And are we ladies quarterfinals next, I believe?
Yes, we're at the business end of the women's competition, and we'll have some fantastic quarterfinals coming up for you very shortly. And so we head to the quarterfinals of the women's competition here in the England Open. The winners here will come back tomorrow and play in the stage finals. So what an incentive for both Fallon Sherrock.
It's going to be Fallon to throw first for the ball.
The two players will bull up.
Outside the
Familiar
25.
face in Fallon Sherrock. Been all over our TV screens over recent years.
Outside just a little bit
Fallon
further away. Fallon's won the ball.
Wins the ball as well.
First leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Of course, Fallon, a nice little trip over to Denmark in a couple of weeks as well for a bit of darting action in the World Series and throwing darts, which is why she's been given such invitations.
100.
Yeah, she's recently been playing in the online league as well and has done very well. Took one of the titles there.
100.
Suzanne in herself is not the bad player at all. She may not be quite as out there on the stage as the likes of Fallon or Dita or Trina, but a very, very good player, Suzanne Smith.
World number 25 on the WDF rankings. And of course,
125.
Quarter-final. Not do any damage to those as well. Fallon going down to
98.
306.
$60.
Suzanne's very much blink and you'll miss it as well.
A very good standard early on both players in the deep 90s. Smith 95,
60.
Sherrock around 98. Although that effort hasn't helped too much. He's himself on a finish after 12,
46. Fallon, you require 148.
Two double 20s for double 14. Not on this occasion though.
Good thinking from Suzanne as well there. That 25 last start took her from 195 down to 170. And
Suzanne, you require
as I say, if you don't buy a
170.
ticket, you can't win the raffle.
No big fish this time though, Nick.
No,
30.
more of a tiddler. I think they call
Fallon,
that in
you
the fishing world,
require
don't they?
48.
I'm not a fisherman, as you can probably tell.
Two 16s for the first leg.
Game
And they
shot
all
in the
count the
first
same
leg.
for Fallon Sherrock.
Fallon
Hold a throw in the
Sherrock.
first leg.
Second leg, it's Suzanne to throw first.
Which means Suzanne Smith will have to find a break of throw at some point
60.
in this match. Has the throw in this leg. But a good start from both of the pair, as you'd expect at this stage of the competition.
81.
Yes, quarterfinals, one game away from the stage semi-finals for these ladies. We've got all four quarterfinals coming up.
100.
We've got Dita Hebman has made it through to a quarterfinal. She'll play against Natalie.
60.
Natalie. Oh, how terrible is that?
Natalie Gilbert.
Thank you very much, Henry. I don't know why I didn't remember. I've just spoken to Natalie.
I couldn't let you suffer
60.
any longer.
Sorry, Natalie. Yes, that's going to be an intriguing game as well. But again, as you were
40.
saying, good standard here. I mean, 60 ton 60 is not slouch darts, is it? And we're back in the treble again for Suzanne.
100.
You sense will have 6 darts on 181 on throw. Will definitely have 6 darts now from 181 on throw.
123. $60.
Well, Sherrock not on a finish, but she's set it up
139.
perfectly for the
Suzanne, you
next turn.
require 121.
But can Smith take this 1-2-1 out?
Oh, she's missed the big 11. Commending her earlier for going 60
81.
ton, 60 ton and keeping her
Fallon,
nice
you
and straight.
require 58.
Could pay the price.
Tops for Fallon.
Game
For
shot in the
2-0,
second
and that's the
leg.
break of
Fallon
throw.
Sherrock.
And the ball is very much in Fallon Sherrock's court
Third
now.
leg, it's
She's
Fallon
a
to
2-0
throw
lead,
first.
has a throw in leg
Game on.
3, and if she wins that, she's only one away from the stage finals tomorrow. And what a start.
100.
Happily take the ton there.
So often you see players that, on those 1-2-1 finishes, they hit the 60 and hit right,
140.
big 11, and it's an 8 or it's a 14, and so demoralising for them and a real pick-me-up for your opponent as well.
100.
As you can see, ton from Sherrock. And of course, when you go for that triple, that sometimes could be the problem. You stray onto the other bed. If you get the single, you're guaranteed a shot at the ball.
Fallon's raised her average up to 30 or 90 in old money.
57.
Good game, really good stand at this.
Excellent.
Suzanne Smith averaging 81, just a tad under 82 herself.
60.
Yeah, 27 average.
Sherrock with a big score there, the 1-2-1, and needed that big score as well. Well, we're just hearing one of the other games. Trina Gulliver was tied at 2-2 with her
Fallon, you
double A and
require
went out on the 1-4.
123.
We've seen some exhibition finishing from Trina so far today, and more so here as Fallon went for the treble 18 on the 1-2-3 to lead the ball.
55. Suzanne, you require 141.
Did a bit check out of her own 19s. Double 12 for the 1-4-1.
170.
So unlucky. That would have felt like a steal against the darts.
Fallon, you require 68.
Sportswomanship, I guess you would call it. Yeah, and Fallon said unlucky as Suzanne walked back there. They know each other really well, these two, but it's tops would have made it 3-0, but double 12 can
Suzanne, you require
half the
24.
deficit, and then Suzanne would have the darts.
No score.
Oh dear.
Fallon, you require
that could
40.
Be a vital miss. And
Game shot
Sherrock
in the third
capitalises
Fallon
to make it
fourth leg. It's
3-0.
Suzanne to throw first.
Fantastic use of the dart that was just above there to ricochet into the double top, almost giving you double the size of the bed, so to speak. Really good use of her darts.
Suzanne Smith will feel like that's a chance gone. To make it 2-1. Back on throw.
81.
Sherrock with an 81 start means that she's just got a narrow advantage in this leg.
100.
Well, that ton is a massive one. What a visit that is from Fallon Sherrock. Puts herself in command of the leg now.
We were talking earlier about Lorraine's abilities to
85.
stop and be able to ask, and Fallon is another one so composed on the dartboard now, and obviously where she's been with her darts, you know, and the company that she's been playing in, she's had to get that side of it, but many years ago she would have just thrown thinking she was on a number rather than saying no, I'm going to ask to make sure that I know exactly what I'm on.
97.
And her counting has just improved immensely.
He's 226 points away from victory.
And there you go.
59.
3 or 4 years ago that would have been 60 to leave 166, and now she's thinking and hitting the correct numbers to leave herself a finish.
Suzanne Smith here is going to leave this very handy.
Treble 18 would be very handy.
84. Fallon, you require 167.
Sherrock give us a real big finish to finish, but no, she couldn't. Again, about leaving it handy. Leaves 107.
Suzanne, you require 90.
Smith wants 90.
Should go 20s here. 2 single 20s would have left a go at the ball. She's now got to hit a treble. And that's
41.
Unfortunately, she didn't
Fallon,
give
you
herself
require
a chance
107.
there. Treble 16, maybe treble 20. Treble 16 for tops.
67.
Match start miss for Fallon Sherrock,
Suzanne, you
and Smith
require
comes back
49.
for 49. Hits the treble 3. That's a happy accident. Tops.
Game shot
And
on the
gets
fourth
it. It
leg.
wasn't the most
Suzanne
conventional of
Smith.
routes for a 49 finish, but they count
Fifth
just
leg,
the
it's
same
Fallon
for
to
Suzanne
throw
Smith.
first.
It's
Game
3-1. It's a crucial hole, but now she has to break.
Not conventional. That's the only way to go, isn't it?
60.
Got to be aiming at treble 3.
Get bonus points for those sorts of outshots, don't you?
You should do, yeah.
And suddenly
100.
here, that ton gives herself a bit of advantage in the leg. And have a couple of good scores. The tide could turn.
It could be. She's also got to break Fallon in the last leg if
41.
we get that far as well. And just gone a little bit off the boil here. The averages are now relatively even. 78 plays 76.
100.
That will make it 78 plays 77. So yeah, we're very even. Suzanne does hold her throw here. Sorry, it does break the throw. I beg your pardon.
81.
And it's been the level that Suzanne's played at all game, so she knows what this level's like. It's been consistent for her. Obviously, where Fallon's kind of come down, she's trying to find that incline again, isn't she? I don't know what we're talking about. Just when you need a maximum the most.
Leaving herself 139, and you can tell the pressure that's also put on Suzanne. Good last start. Leaves herself a chance with 150.
139. Can't be done this time.
60 for tops.
99. Suzanne, you require 150.
Which way she's going to go? She's going to go the treble 20 with 2 of them. Would have left double 15. But Fallon Sherrick will get free, clear
35
for victory.
Fallon, you require
tops.
40.
She's been lethal on tops as well. Those two are too far away from as markers.
No score. Suzanne, you require 150.
Suzanne's now ruined, only scoring 35, but she's in. 15 for tops. For 3-2.
95.
That would have felt like a dagger.
Fallon, you require 40.
She comes back for tops to seal the win.
Surely she doesn't miss 6 starts.
Game, shots.
She doesn't miss 6
Fallon
starts, Fallon Sherrick, and she is through to tomorrow's stage finals. Suzanne Smith put up a really good fight, and there was just a glimpse of a comeback towards the end, but Fallon's fast start means that she prevails and is into the semi-finals of the England Open. We have more quarter-final action coming up next. Well, welcome back as we continue our quarter-final action here at the England Open Darts Championship. Welcome along everyone who's joining us on the England Darts YouTube channel. Great to have your company on this Saturday afternoon. No 3 PM watersheds here. Every dart live until later on this evening when we find out who's going through to the stage finals. The second of our women's quarterfinals about to get underway. And a very recognisable face in Anastasia Dobromislova, 3 times world champion, taking on Lorraine Hyde. Ranked number 57 in the WDF rankings, number 8 in the UK and Ireland standings. And through to the quarterfinals here. And great to see her on the big stage here in Selsey.
I'm not talking to Lorraine, Henry. Last tournament that Lorraine played was in Cleveland, up there in the north of England. She beat my good lady, so not talking to her.
I fully expect impartiality still.
Yes, very much so.
Of course, there's pretty much nothing in this game that Anastasia Dobromislova hasn't done or hasn't won.
Indeed.
Real pedigree in these games and in these floor tournaments as well. You just sense when it gets to latter stages and the format continues to go on, it really does she really does find her rhythm. It really is her kind of game.
I think Anastasia is one of those players, I've always said this, that you can tell how she's playing with her concentration levels. And she's focused, and it looks as though she's almost being, can I use the word violent? Her facial, that's a much better way, but yeah, can be very, very much so when she's really focused on the game. Lovely lady, lovely lady. Couldn't believe a little boy's gone to school now. It doesn't seem 2 minutes ago that...
quickly grow up, don't they?
Yeah, incredible. But yes, quarter-finals for these two ladies, and a Scottish player and a Scottish referee.
And Anastasia a bit bemused to see Anthony Dundas on the stage.
Quite impressive that they understand each other, in my humble opinion, but much better chance of Lorraine and Anthony understanding each other, I think. But
we'll have subtitles on for the scores, I think.
Anastasia has a fantastic sense of humour, by the way, so it will go down very well with Anthony. Of course, Charlie Corstavin's been calling as well on the two boys rotating it between themselves, so both are glad to be back calling the numbers. Anthony just needs a 174 now, doesn't he?
Yes, the Scottish strains. I won't do an impression.
Many have tried. I'll just end up with a sore throat.
I'd like to keep my job, I think.
How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's been good fun so far. Really good fun. It's great to be back to be here at Selsey, first time for myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been nice, really good fun, and got plenty more great darts to come as well, which makes it even better.
Yeah, I think the men...
Practice starts over, it's Lorraine to throw for the bull first.
Obviously this is the second of our quarter-finals. We've got the two more ladies' quarter-finals to follow, and then the latter end of the men's tournament getting down to the quarters and semis as well.
Plenty to keep
Also
us
outside,
entertained
slightly
over the next
closer.
few hours on the England Darts YouTube channel.
First
Now,
leg, Anastasia
who won
to
the ball
throw
and will
first.
throw first.
Game on.
And as we've seen of our other matches today, best of 7 legs. First to 4 will prevail and make their way through to the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. 3 o'clock start for that.
140.
So make sure you get your Sunday roast in early, whether you're at home or making reservations. Make sure you're back for 3 o'clock. Click onto YouTube and join us here on England Darts for the
30.
National Singles and England Open final.
Do we get a roast dinner then before we start?
I think we'll have to have a chat with the big bosses, won't we?
Anastasia, of course, has made it through to the semi-final of the England National Singles
60.
as well. She'll play Bo Greaves in tomorrow's semi-final. Laura Turner and Fallon Sherrick are the other two ladies in that particular competition's last 4.
Seen worse lineups for a
100.
semi-final.
Absolutely.
And a good start here from Dobromislova. Steady tons with both her opening visits and back in the treble again. Back in the treble again.
140.
Leads 161 after 9. What an opening leg this is for the Russian via Ellesmere Port.
From Cheshire with love.
Indeed.
38. Anastasia, you require 161.
The player from Cheshire is purring at the moment. Of course, Lorraine Hyde all the way back on
91.
333. Not sure we would have seen the bullseye as she hit the first 2 trebles, but leaves herself 70 after 12, averaging 107, just under 108 in this opening leg.
60. Anastasia, you require 70.
$20 for tops.
30.
We'll have plenty of time though. Hyde back on 273. And hitting the lipstick.
180.
And hits a maximum, the first of the match. If you wonder where that was the last few visits. Dubonislova wants tops.
Little bit of pressure on with Lorraine now on 93 as well.
Game shot in the first leg. Anastasia
Dubonislova doesn't feel pressure.
Second
Takes
leg,
that
Lorraine
first
to
leg
throw
with the last
first.
dart.
Game on.
That must be a sickener, Lorraine Hyde. But look at her go now.
140.
Almost back-to-back maximums in scoring visits there.
I can imagine Lorraine being a good poker player. She doesn't give a lot away with her facial expressions. It's the same whether she's at 180 or 26, isn't it?
Tough mentally to break down.
60.
Just having a look at the averages. Hyde's really brought her average up now to around 91.
100.
With that turn, it's only going to go up a little bit more. Just under, shade under 93. Just Dubonislova herself averaging in the 80s. Good game this.
Certainly a good start.
60.
Could be quite an even game. We've got our 2 other quarterfinals all lined up now for you.
95.
Joe Clemens will play Trina Gulliver, and then Dieter Hebman will play Natalie Gilbert. So those 4 ladies to follow.
Trina's been in some
140.
imperious form today, hasn't she?
Yes, on the stream, the very first game back for Selsey for us for 2 years. Trina opens the day and starts with a 180. It's the sort of thing
60.
that you can't make up. If you were to put it into a series on the TV, people would say no, just it wouldn't happen, but it did.
Well, we did bill it today. We all billed today as a return of one of the all-time greats.
60.
Apparently some guy in Manchester
Lorraine
playing
require
today, but
106.
the all-time great turned it on here in Trina Gulliver. Can Hyde turn it on with his 106 outshot? Still got a chance at the treble 18. 216.
Game shot in the second leg.
A
Lorraine
106
Hyde.
checkout for Lorraine Hyde. A fantastic
Third leg, Anastasia to
checkout
throw
for
first.
15 dart
on.
leg.
And as I say, you wouldn't have gathered it from her facial expression. It was just nonchalantly walked up to the hockey.
Just had to have a double take there. She actually took it out. She showed no
85.
emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. We just might have to. Our scoreboard has just got a little bit behind. Here we go.
60.
And I think with that 60, Lorraine. That's right, Anastasia hit 85, I believe. And then Lorraine 60, so we should be back on target with our scoreboards. There we go.
The gremlins have been sorted.
66.
Anastasia, on the other hand, not a poker player.
No. You can visibly tell her frustration there.
85.
Said halfway through that second a good game. We're at 87 and 81 averages, so definitely a very high standard has been set, albeit we're only a couple of legs in.
83.
And 106 outshots are always going to help your average.
Of course.
Like Lorraine's shirt, it's very
100.
a little bit of Scotland in it, isn't it? Very, very cleverly put together.
You couldn't tell where she's from, could you? Proud Scot. Good time to be a Scot in the world of darts.
45.
Of course, the World Cup of darts happening in the PDC at the moment. Sure, she'll be rooting for Peter Wright and John Henderson.
100.
Rooting for a place in the semi-finals back here in Selsey. Edging a shade under 90. He's 156 after 12.
Both of these ladies, of course, are internationals as well. Lorraine represents Scotland, and Anastasia represented Russia.
140.
WDF World
Lorraine,
Cup.
you require 156.
And he's 82. And we'll come back for it.
Stay there.
100.
Still a good lead on
Anastasia, you
56.
require 82.
Treble 14 or the bull. Bull, I think, tends to be Anna's way. Aha, there we go. Prove move on. It's 2 years since she's played in front of her. That's my excuse.
We know where we should go now. Bull!
52. Lorraine, you require
Hide now.
56.
Chance for the break of throw. 56. Tops. That
36.
first start wasn't really much of a marker, was
Anastasia, you require 30.
No, it wasn't. Double 15, always an awkward one because it really be bold first start, because then you can get out with a 7-4-4 or a 3-6. But double 15 with
18.
2 darts in your hand is a horrible number because you're not quite
Lorraine, you require 20.
whether to stick or twist.
it? Double 10 for the break of throw.
That could be awkward. Yes, I thought it might be.
Doubly awkward now.
And I need to move across just a little bit and flick round.
No score.
That is unlucky. Well thrown dart.
Absolutely.
Really unlucky
Anastasia, you
there. And the
require
bomb is over
12.
for the hold.
Game shot in
And
the
those
third
are the
leg.
sorts of
Anastasia
legs when you win, you
Dobromyslova.
feel a real
Fourth
sigh
leg,
of
Lorraine
relief,
to
and it will be
throw first.
Anastasia
Game on.
Dobromyslova that will feel it. She's 2-1 up now, we're still on throw, and the averages are very, very good. Anastasia averaging around 76.
55.
Lorraine Hyde still in the 80s.
Yeah, and having had six and more darts in that last leg at doubles, that's still keeping the scores or the averages respectable.
100.
Just wonder whether those missed darts at a double there for Lorraine might play on her mind. Maybe not.
100.
I think there's your answer, Nick. Steady leg up to press. Both players. Well recovered with the
125.
third dart. Well recovered after the single 5.
Saw the first signs of Anastasia's steely glare in that last throw, I felt.
100.
Rising to the challenge. Realises she's got a fight on her hands, perhaps.
Well, quality leg. There's more scores in the red on our scorecard than there is blue. For those of you who don't quite know how we're looking at the system, any scores 10 or above, they look up on our commentary box screen in red. Anything below is in blue. And so far there's definitely more red than blue, which is good to see.
We have had one in green as well.
100.
Lorraine hit a 180, which is the third colour we have occasionally see.
Should be gold, shouldn't it? The golden score.
Gold with sparkles.
Yes.
100. Lorraine, you require 146.
Fireworks and everything.
We'll have to make sure health and safety can improve.
Treble 10 here.
90.
131 for
Anastasia, you require
Anastasia.
131.
Thinking she'll stay the 20s to start the shot. Would have left 71, but as it is, she'll treble 17 now, could leave tops.
57. Lorraine, you require 56.
So 56 for Lorraine Hyde to make it 2-2.
She missed the tops. I think that's a single 8, which is 48, and that is she missed the tops in the last leg and it cost her.
16.
She's gone high again.
Anastasia, you
And
require
this time it'll be
74.
more costly against the darts. 74 for Dobromyslova.
Please.
Single. For tops, is that a blocker?
I was just about to say, I think
34.
that second one was really well thrown. It was low
Lorraine, you
enough to
require
not be a blocker,
40.
it felt, but I do know what you're saying. There's so many times when you're on those 58.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Lorraine Hyde.
78.
Fifth leg, Anastasia
18,
to
then
throw
the 20,
first.
and you have to
Game
move
on.
to hit the tops, but I've been waiting to say this all day. We're at Desmond. It's 2-2.
41.
You've got the line in.
That's it, I'm off now.
Best of 3 now from this point onwards.
Yes,
For place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, so how important will having the throw be now? This could be the first game that we've had on the stream today where winning that bull has been the deciding factor.
Not had a last leg shootout yet. I'm sure we'll get one before the weekend's out. There's so many quality players on show.
Absolutely.
I
60.
was wondering whether Lorraine was going to move over there potentially over to the 18s or 19s bed, where the second dart went in and came off the barrel of the first.
Yeah, you get some players, don't you, that it's literally only got to go underneath the treble 20, and I'm going down to 19s, and there are others that there could be a brick wall around the 20s, treble 20, and they're still going to throw for treble 20s. So I get the impression Lorraine falls more into that second group than the first.
60.
I'm never one to criticise you. I'd be happy to get 3 in the 20 bed, let alone.
Yes, or nearby.
Yes, exactly that.
But just in that last throw, the first real sign of emotion there from Lorraine Hyde.
26.
Yeah, she's got away with it. Well, I say got away with. She only scored 60. I think she was disappointed. 3 turns on the trot. Her first dart has gone below the treble now.
60.
I think you can feel the tension on stage.
Yes, I think she's recognising Lorraine there that she had a really good chance with Anna having scored 26.
140.
And now she's paid the price for not taking it. And albeit 60 wasn't a bad score.
Really punishing there, Anastasia Dobomislova.
41. Anastasia, you require
Hyde leaves herself a finish,
113.
but sorry, she doesn't leave herself a finish. Dobomislova 113. Oh, she's missed the big 13, which would have left tops.
47 it is. 47 left. Again, a player just making absolute. Oh, now she's left 26, which is
an unhappy accident.
Yes. She has got time on her side, in so much as Lorraine was back on 180, so
60.
couldn't finish.
Shanghai
Anastasia, you
should
require
come back.
26.
So this is for a hole for Dobomislova and to put her within a leg of the semi-finals.
Now we're in that, do I stick or do I twist? Do I really go for this and risk going inside the 13?
She thought that was in.
6 scored.
Double 10.
6. Lorraine, you require
Just
120.
inside, so she'll come back for that if she comes back. Shanghai for Hyde.
I can't finish now on 105. 45 left.
45 left.
13 to leave 32.
88. Anastasia, you require
So
20.
double 10 for Dobomislova to go within 1.
Yeah, feels like both players are stumbling over the line in this 5th leg rather than really sealing it. There's another wild one from Anastasia.
So double
Game shot in
7
the 5th leg.
has
Anastasia
to come to her
Dobomislova.
rescue. It was an
6th leg, Lorraine to
unconventional
throw
leg
first.
win
Game
for
on.
Anastasia Dobomislova, but they count all the same. And now she is 1 away from coming back tomorrow.
See the smile on her face there as well. She knows that
100.
that wasn't the conventional way, but we said it about that 49 earlier in the day with treble 3 double top. Was it Suzanne Smith, I think, hit 49, and Anastasia's done the same.
And you could just tell it was a bit of an edgy leg because the averages of
60.
both players have come down a slight bit.
It's also interesting, yeah, we ended up, I think Anastasia was on double 13, then she ended up on double 7. Not 2 doubles that you wouldn't expect to see most of the time you wouldn't expect to see in a game of darts.
43.
Every leg has gone with throw so
100.
far, Henry, so Lorraine has to just keep her nerve here to take us to that 7th and final leg. 7th and final leg, I can count.
Again,
60.
that first dart just went underneath the treble bed, and it was just no marker for her, unfortunately. Just a slender lead on throw. And a leg she has to win to send us
60.
to a decider. But that's a fantastic dart.
140.
What a time to find one of them.
She'd have taken that before she stepped up with those three, definitely. Who might be slightly disappointed with the first two, were nicely placed, but 123 points in front before these three from Anastasia.
60.
So 63
Lorraine,
points
you
in
require
front, and
158.
these makes her odds on for this leg.
Only
45.
45 there. So is the door slightly ajar for Dubomislova if she can get a big score?
One treble here from Anastasia really will put the cat amongst the pigeons.
60.
Left to finish, but
Lorraine,
not an
you
easy
require
one.
113.
113 for Lorraine Hyde to send us to a final leg. And she's hit the single one. That's a disaster dart.
92.
41.
And that time knew
Anastasia, you
exactly
require
why she stayed in the treble 20 bed
161.
to leave double 16. Could she? Not on this occasion. That would have been some way to win the match, but Lorraine Hyde, 72,
26.
to send us
Lorraine, you require
to
72.
a last leg shootout.
Anna, of course, disappointed with her score, but will as much be disappointed with the fact that she's put no pressure on this 72. One dart at tops for a 3-3 game.
Game shot in the sixth leg. Lorraine Hyde.
Found the double top on this occasion.
Seventh and deciding leg. Anastasia
So
to
it's
throw
score
first.
you, but
Game on.
it is in, and we go all the way, and Anastasia has the all-important throw, and that's how key the pull-up could be.
Exactly that. Lorraine's done well here, I think. We both mentioned the fact that
100.
she sort of lost her range. She'd had a couple well over the top of tops, and she was going underneath the treble 20 with her first dart, but she's come back well to get back to 3-3. That second dart there was
42.
very unlucky, flicking off the first to go into the treble 1.
You may have saw it on your screen just a minute ago, but just a check of the averages. Lorraine Hyde averaging 75, just a shade under 76. And there you go, back in your screen again. Dubomislova just under 74, but that will rise in this effort,
100.
this visit. Quality game of darts, this. One leg, 5:01. The victor comes back tomorrow.
60.
Yes, for Anastasia, it would make a double revisit tomorrow, if that makes sense. She's, as we mentioned earlier, in the semi-final of the national singles. She could also be in the semi-final of the England Open. And with these darts,
What a visit! What a time to hit a maximum! 1-2-1 it leaves. And it's Dubomislova now running towards the finishing line in this final leg.
45. Anastasia,
She'll
you
get
require
6
121.
starts at it.
there's no bad time to hit 180 unless you're on 181. But, oh my word, doesn't need to go. She could go treble 15 here and did, so 19 for tops.
81.
And if you'd have said to Anastasia at the start of the game, you'll be on 40 after 12 darts at 3-3, she wouldn't have wanted to go to 3-3, but
45.
I think she'd have taken it.
Anastasia, you require
So
40.
to come back tomorrow and play in the England Open semi-finals. Double 10.
Game
And
shot
Anastasia
and match.
Dubomislova
Anastasia
will be back for
Dubomislova.
semi-final double tomorrow. She's already into the England national singles semi-final. She's now into the England Open semi-finals. It's double down for Dubomislova here in Selsey. It's a last leg thriller. She beats Lorraine Hyde by 4 legs to 3. So then welcome back to the quarterfinals here in Selsey. We got Katrina Gulliver up against Jo Clements. Second time we've seen the Golden Girl on the stage today. And if it's anything like her first performance, expect some tungsten fireworks to go down.
Yes, a 180, a 142 finish. And then we heard that in a game that she went back to the floor, and she didn't just save it for the stage because she took out a 148 with her opponent on double 4 to make it into this quarter-final. Our second left-handed lady.
Yes.
Jo, Suzanne Smith being left-hander.
As a fellow member of the left-handed
Oh,
club.
are you?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Ah, there we go.
As a fellow member of that club. I'm not biased in any way, but it's great to see the lefties doing well. Lancashire versus Lincolnshire here, of course, as well. Quite big county battle.
Yep, indeed so. Indeed so. I'm not sure in darts whether left-handers have the elegance. In cricket, a left-hander batsman always gets a lot of credence for being elegant. I don't know whether that carries over in darts. Do you think?
A lot of it's down to the fact that the way the TV screens lie is always only going to be one position, isn't there? And I think you look at left-handed players, it just doesn't feel as natural when they're throwing on the TV, if that makes sense, because we're so used to watching right-handers play, and of course about 90% of players, maybe more, are right-handed. So I think perhaps when you look at it on the TV screen, because it looks so different, perhaps the appreciation isn't there so much.
Fair comment. Fair comment. Doesn't stop them being good players, though.
No, indeed not. We've had some great left-handed players as well in the past.
Indeed.
There's Wallace, world champion. Mark Webster, world champion.
Yes, indeed. James Wade representing England.
He's won just a few majors, hasn't he? This is quarterfinal number 3 if you have just joined us here on the live stream.
Yes, we've got Fallon has already won her game. She came through against Suzanne Smith, and Fallon will play the winner of our final quarter-final, which will be Dita Hebman and Natalie Gilbert. And you may just have seen Anastasia Dobromislova winning 4-3 against Lorraine Hyde, and Anastasia will be the opponent for the winner of this match in tomorrow's semi-final.
Could see a meeting of two of the game's greats. Jo Clements will definitely have something to say about that one.
Indeed.
And of course, 3 o'clock tomorrow is when the semi-finals of this event and the England national singles take place. We play both of those events down to a winner tomorrow afternoon, so save the date, save the time, and it's on the same place here on the England Darts YouTube channel.
Indeed, we were talking about the semi-finals of the ladies national singles, and 2 of the players that have made the semi-finals in Fallon and Anastasia in both semi-finals, the England national singles and the England Open. So it will be interesting to see whether that happens in the men's competition as well.
That's a 25.
But we'll have more of that after the next 2 ladies games.
And that's outside the 25.
No,
Jo
the
wins
two
the
players
ball.
are going for the bullseye.
First leg, it's Jo to throw first. Game on.
That is Jo Clements who won the bull-up and will throw first in the all-important
45.
odd-numbered legs. We saw in the last game, which went all the way to a decider, how important that can be. But look at this for a start. We nearly had 2 180s in 2 string matches to kick off for Trina Gulliver. She is in imperious form this afternoon.
Showing off. The lady is showing off.
58.
As I mentioned the last time she played, winner of the inaugural Women's England Open back in 2008 here in Selsey, then won it 2 years later, so hasn't won this particular event for 11 years, so it'd be nice to add another trophy to that big cabinet.
Yes, it will be an emotional day, the day that Trina gets back into the winner's circle for definite in the darting world.
100.
There's lots of sporting comebacks. Obviously, Trina's comeback to win the 10th title was in itself an unbelievable achievement. To do it again would be incredible.
57.
It shows of the greats. Form is temporary, but class is most definitely permanent. And she's showing the class here this weekend. Averaging just a shade under 88. Although, of course, in these early legs, the averages do differ and go up and down. But she's left herself 194 after 12. So steady opening leg here for the Golden Girl.
92.
Yeah, 194 here for Trina. She'll be looking to set up. Love to get it into a 2-figure outshot, which will mean she needs to hit a treble.
60.
Unlucky there. Well thrown darts as well. Leads 134. Clements can only set up herself.
It's Joe's turn to look for a treble.
58.
Interesting choice
Trina,
with the last
require
dart.
134.
Up for the 20s here. 129. I was wondering whether she was going to go downstairs for a moment there with
45.
a single 5, but her MO
Joe,
is
you
to stay
require
upstairs.
133.
Yeah, it's interesting with the natural. Oh, 133. 57 leaves 76. Treble 13 perhaps. Great dart. 32 left.
101.
Great dart. Pressure's on Trina now.
Trina, you require
This will
89.
break a throw in the opening leg.
20 for the bull.
The bullseye for the opening leg.
$43.
Just a little
Joe,
bit of
you
hesitation
require
there. I
32.
wonder whether she doubted herself, whether she'd left 50 or just didn't feel quite comfortable as she pulled her arm back first time around.
Game shot on the first leg. Joe Clements
steps in and takes
second
the
leg.
It's
It's
a Honda
Trina to throw first. Game
Yeah,
on.
the 101 from 133 was an excellent shot. The treble 13, great counting as well, because there wasn't any
60.
holding back when she hit the 5 off of 76 to lead 71. She went straight for the treble 13. I feel sure that for those players that count well, it can help them with their flow of darts rather than having to stop and
135.
have a think about what it is they need to hit to leave a finish or to hit their outshot.
But 135 there from Clements against the darts, and the opening visit
95.
has applied a ton of pressure on Trina, who of course loses his leg, 2-0 down, and Clements will have the throw in leg 3, will make life very difficult indeed.
Yeah, especially with Joe having won the ball as well.
140.
Great darts.
And she's turning it on in this leg. 135 followed up by a 140. 226 after 6.
60.
And Trina again coming up dry when it comes to the treble bed. Back in the lipstick again.
95.
Didn't want that treble though.
No, the difference between 126 and 131 is immense. Albeit with her opponent back, it's not the biggest worry in the world.
83.
But 2 trebles must be hit for 131.
Joe,
whereas
you
you can get away
require
with 1 treble and a ball finish
131.
on 126. But treble 13 now for double 16. 18 would leave tops.
91.
Tidy set up there from Joe Clements, and all Gulliver can do is pile on the pressure.
12 darts to be on tops. Joe, an
41.
exceptional leg here. 135, 140,
Joe, you require
95, 91.
40.
Treble with every visit. But it's the double she wants now.
Game
And
shot
a
on the
clean
second
kill,
leg.
13
Joe
dart
Clements.
leg from Joe Clements, averaging
Third leg, it's Joe to throw
81.2
first.
as a 2-0
Game on.
lead. Breaks the Gulliver throw and is throwing now for 3-0 lead against the Golden Girl, who's been in such good form all day.
55.
I think the one thing you can guarantee is that Trina won't panic. She's been in this position before, not least in the World Championship final against Lisa.
85.
Things weren't going her way, but she doesn't lose her concentration, doesn't lose her focus. And just
60.
Even though it's not been the Trina Gulliver of the past, Joe will just be sitting there thinking, oh, I can't let her off the hook here. And that in itself brings pressure, I think.
Pressure being applied.
85.
2 consecutive 85s gives her a 55-point lead against the darts here. Joe could really do with the treble, and she's found that treble.
99.
You got a direct line, Nick?
Got to get 1 or 2 right in an afternoon.
Sod's law, I suppose. We're here for so long today.
41.
She's rescued the darts back. Now Joe, but this won't be helping. Oh,
62.
When you needed a treble. When you needed a treble, and it comes up goods for Clements.
Yeah, 225 next time. Just needs to be a bit careful that she doesn't hit 320s, albeit very uncharacteristic from Trina there.
Gut wrencher.
Should come out. Oh no, doesn't need to now.
30.
Well, Trina will think I've got away with that one because a ton now puts her back in front.
You can sense that the two players are getting tense here. They know this is
60.
an important passage of play in this quarter-final.
It's an immense. Please, I wouldn't take anything away from Jo. This is exceptional, and for her to get to a semi-final or even a final would be brilliant. But for
24.
Trina Gulliver to come back, you know, for the first major tournament to reach a semi-final would just be absolutely
60.
amazing. And don't forget, of course, the winner of this tournament goes directly to the World Championships. Trina Gulliver is a couple of games away from that. Trina Gulliver. Amazing.
It's exciting just thinking about it, but of course, lots of darts to be
Trina
played.
Absolutely.
Clements has
167.
the double 17 for 3-0 lead, unless Gulliver could take out the 167. You wouldn't put that past her today.
26. Jo, you require 34.
I wonder whether she'll go 2 here. Might be tempted. Yep, she's good. Well, I think she did go for the 2. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt there. It's the most sensible
18.
thing to do.
Trina, you
Double
require
A.
141.
It's another big outshot at another big time.
Yes, it wasn't to be, but we've seen one and heard about one. Not this time though.
41. Jo, you require
2-8.
16.
For a 3-0 lead.
That's awkward. Left-handed. Going to have to come round the dart and at the top of the bed perhaps. Yep, that's probably not the worst outcome, to be fair.
Open bed now at double 4.
Game
And with
shot
one
on the
die in
third
hand
leg.
can take it.
Jo
And now
Clements.
Trina Gulliver has to win the lot.
Fourth
Jo
leg,
Clements
it's Trina to
is
throw first.
one leg
Game
away from the semi-finals of the England Open.
40. $55.
Of course, got one more quarter-final to come after this. We get to see the legend that is Dieter Hedman take on
83.
Natalie Gilbert. Should be a good game, that. Be nice to see Dieter back on the big stage.
Yes, indeed. She's suffering with a bit of a hip injury at the moment as well, so she's done well to get as far as it. Fortunately, it's her left hip, so she's not having to put the pressure on it.
140.
But Clements is applying the pressure. Big 140 at a big time.
60.
Just struggling to find the trebles on a consistent basis now, Trina. Really needs to find a run of throws as Jo finds the treble again.
81.
Now, as a referee, what were you going to say about that potential single 20 there?
Yes.
85.
2-2-5 plays 2-3-3. Gulliver had the darts at the start of the leg.
$39.
Can see what she was thinking there with the 18s, but has that given Trina the chance? Yes, it has.
83.
when push comes to shove, she always finds a score. First to an out shot, but a big one on 150.
She does take this leg. You're not betting against her winning the game, are you?
58.
Seen Trina do this a few times before.
Trina, you require 150.
Could she? Two of them would have left double 15, but now all about leaving it handy.
60.
Joe should go 18s here. Treble 18.
Joe, you require
Would
128.
leave 74. Single would leave a chance for 60 and bull. Yep, so it's 60 and bull. A bit wild.
43.
Little bit of nerves there, perhaps.
Trina, you require 90.
Definitely going 20s here. Absolutely. She'd love to hit a treble 20. Oh, missed the big number.
40. Joe, you require
You tell how frustrated
85.
she was as well, because this could be her last visit.
20 and bull.
Bull for the match.
47.
Unlucky.
And
Gulliver has 50 herself.
Trina, you
she
require
does, and
50.
Joe's left 38, which isn't an easy one. Oh, Trina. 3 or a 19 then.
35 left.
3 leaves 32, 19 leaves double 8. It's double 16 then to get a leg on the board. Oh,
34.
That is desperately unlucky from Trina Gulliver. Well
Joe, you
thrown dart
require
as well.
38.
And does Clements go straight for this double 19? She
Game,
does, and
shots,
she hits
and
it,
the
and it's a
match. Joe
whitewash over
Clements.
Trina Gulliver. What a performance from Joe Clements. She's into the semi-finals of the England Open. She's coming back tomorrow, but a word for Trina Gulliver, her first tournament back, and she got herself to the quarterfinals and played some fantastic darts while she was there.
absolutely, Henry. I couldn't agree with you more. Fantastic to see Trina playing well, but we absolutely cannot take anything away from Joe. She's beaten Trina 4-0. You know, she's into the semi-finals, which guarantees her a place at the World Masters in 2022, as it will now be. And still that ticket for the Golden Lakeside ticket is still there for her, and why not?
It could well be. Next up, our final quarterfinal. Dita Hepburn against Natalie Gilbert comes next. And so our final quarter-final in the women's competition sees the legend, that is Dieter Hebman, take on Natalie Gilbert. Nick Crawls joining me here in the commentary box. And one last place in tomorrow's finals is up for grabs.
It most certainly is. Good to see Dieter get into yet another quarter-final of a ranking tournament. Natalie Gilbert plays darts for Warwickshire. Been improving consistently. Just before lockdown was really beginning to be a name that you go, ooh, wild card. You know, when just outside the top 16, or you wouldn't want to draw. Somebody that the top 16 players wouldn't want to draw. And seems to have continued that directly after the pandemic has, I'm not going to say disappeared. You know what I mean. But yes, so it could be a very interesting game, this.
Natalie Gilbert could be one of those players that benefits from the golden ticket, from the gold-ranked events to the Lakeside.
Absolutely. Fantastically colourful shirt there, isn't it?
Very colourful on the stage, isn't it? Dieter also with a Heart of Dart shirt as ever.
Yep. As I say, she's suffering with a bit of an injury to the top of her hip and the left hip. So fortunately, it's not the weight-bearing hip for a dart player, but still makes life awkward when you're not feeling quite 100%.
Who do you reckon wins in the dart shirt stakes? There's two very good contenders.
I'm just going to go, I'm into the colourful, I think. Natalie's shirt for me, just.
Practice starts over. It's Dieter to throw for the bullseye.
Don't tell
first.
Dieter I said that though, please.
It's not me that needs to be telling them. Enjoy the
25.
playback.
Both players then throwing for the bullseye. If you hit the 25 of the bull, the dart gets removed to give your opponent a clear shot at that 25 or bull.
And that's outside.
And it will be Hebman
First
to
leg,
throw
Dieter to
first
throw
in this
first.
match.
Game on.
Final quarter-final in this year's England Open Darts Championship.
And Dieter still playing with her, I call them boing-yoing darts. I don't know what the right expression is. I should know it by now, but she's used them for many years now. Very thin pointed. Actually makes it quite difficult refereeing wise, because you're not quite sure whether it's this side or that side of a wire when you're stood at the angle a referee stands at. So, but that's my excuse anyway.
Served her well during the years. Apart
45.
from that one elusive World Championship, everything else is on a glittering CV.
Indeed. When it was announced that the World Championships would be going back to the Lakeside, Dieter and I had a conversation, and she jokingly said it's brilliant that it's back, but why there? She was of course joking. There's nothing that Dieter doesn't do for darts. Her involvement with the youth is incredible.
45.
Incredible ambassador for the game, and still right at the top echelons of the sport. Of course, played at Ali Pali last year as well.
I've just thank you, Paul Brown. I just had a message from Paul Brown who's told me that they're not boing-yoing darts at all. They are actually called reflex points. There we go. Thank you, Paul.
There's going to be a technical name out there, wasn't there?
Yeah. Boing just didn't do it, did it, really?
Sounded good.
41.
It's been a good start this for Dieter.
Yes, it has.
Down to 2:20 after 9, averaging in the 90s. And in again.
$100.
Needs herself a finish. Shanghai on the 20s for Dieter when she comes back.
$81. Dieter, you require 120.
So Hebman now 120 for the opening leg and a hold of throw. Single. Double.
80.
And almost a brilliant way to start the match.
Time on her side though. Natalie she did find the treble with her last throw, so she is at least off the mark in that particular field. She'd like to hit it to 100. Not worried so much about the leg, I think. I mean, it would be an absolute bonus if she won the leg from here, but just to get a feel in the game, I think that's make her feel comfortable up on that stage.
Get the rhythm going.
Dita glanced across at Anthony to see if he was lifting his microphone to call that in then.
20.
Two really close darts there at double. And still, Gilbert's got an outside chance here.
Yeah, another ton here puts a interesting complex on the game.
59.
I like the last start there to leave 130. It's a good lead.
Require 20.
Good thinking.
So then, double 10 for Dita.
Game
Gets
shot
it
in the
with the
first
first
leg.
dart.
Dita Hedman.
Hedman
Second
takes
leg,
the
Natalie
lead, holds the
Throw
throw.
first. Game on.
It's one of those legs where I've just given you a snip and then I've taken it away.
They must feel the worst.
Yeah. Oh, you never know. I could win. No, I won't win this one at all.
It's the hope, isn't it? That's the worst bit, when you just have that
41.
little glimmer and it's taken away from you.
See, a number of players actually turn round and don't actually watch their opponent throw, and they're listening for the referee's call, and it's a interesting way of doing it.
41.
Both kicking off the second leg with 41.
Yeah, I don't think it can be underestimated how warm it is out in the hall as well. I mean, we're sat in a little commentary box with the door open. It's warm enough here, but certainly out in the venue it
26.
is very warm. And that's probably playing a part on some of these players. They started at 10 o'clock this morning. Where are we at now? 3:30, 3:45. So, it's 4.5, 5 hours of playing darts. It's a long old day.
81.
And of course, a lot of them would have played in the singles last night, which was a pretty late finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very much so. Finishing about 11 p.m. last night. It's one of the things that I think the top players
81.
judging their day, if that's the right, planning their day and being able to last the day. It's an achievement in itself, in my opinion.
It's all those small things that make a real big difference with athletes.
97.
That's a good last dart from Dita. Real recovery dart there.
Yeah, it's a good treble. Gives her a 70-point lead against the darts. Natalie hasn't found her form.
45.
I think a bit of a disappointment you could see in her eyes there. She's just struggling to keep them straight. I don't think she's hit a 60 or a ton yet in the match.
And of course, when you're playing on the big stage, you're not used to playing on the big stage. It's adapted to a completely new environment.
40.
Yep. Yeah, so saying Natalie plays county darts for Warwickshire, but suddenly you're in front of lots of other players, not who you don't know. You haven't got your county teammates
60.
behind you cheering you on. It does become a different ball game, I think.
Lose that sense of a comfort blanket to a certain extent.
Yeah, good
don't
point. Yeah, good way of describing it. Yeah.
But an even leg here. As we get attacked by a fly
40.
here in the commentary box.
Right, yeah. I had dinner earlier. I don't need a fly to wash it down with. Thank you.
Did Anthony open his wallet before going on stage?
No, I think it's the sight of these chocolate orange donuts that we've got, which we're going to tuck into after this leg. 5 fun time chocolate orange donuts.
62.
Other donuts are available. Plenty here in Chelsea as well.
Yes, yeah, very much so. So Dita 202 against the darts this leg. She was just 16 points behind before this throw. Not quite sure if that's gone in.
100.
It did. So 102 is a nice little outshot.
Just the one treble needed for the double. Can Gilbert leave this handy?
That's very awkward. Not only is it low, but the flight also stood up, and I think that's what's led to her throwing at a slightly different angle.
I think the second dart
Dita,
told
you
us the
require
story, didn't it?
102.
102 then. Be interesting if it only gets a single 20 here, whether she'll go treble 14 or the bull. bull is my guess. And 17 for tops.
62. Natalie, you require 146.
Oh, what a way to announce yourself in the leg winning stakes this would be. 146. Went down for the 19s first.
Yeah, 2 treble 19s would have left double 16, but as it is 38 scored to 108, that leaves 48. So chances if Dieter doesn't take this 40.
Dieter, you require 40.
And of course, Dieter against the darts here, so this would be a crucial leg to win. Just inside, double 10.
Big dart here.
Game
Oh,
shot in
lovely.
the second leg. Dieter Hedman.
Don't think you could have got more central than that. So
Third
you're
leg,
absolutely
Dieter
right
to throw
to
first.
say that was a crucial leg for
Game
in so
on.
much as Dieter now obviously leads 2-0, but because she won the bull, she's got that extra cushion of having to drop her throw twice to lose the game, if that makes sense.
But this might just be a crumb of comfort for Natalie Gilbert.
21.
She can hit a big score here. She'll take command of the leg.
Mm. 45.
She looks a bit down on herself at the moment. Hard though, it's because it's such an individual sport, isn't it? That you know haven't got your teammates there or anybody there to G you up in any way, shape or form. Really, maybe explain to you what is it
54.
you're doing wrong. Your arm's not high enough, or you're not throwing quickly enough, etc., etc.
And it can't be explained enough the environment she's in as well. The big stage, the big lights, there's cameras all around you. It's something that she wouldn't have been used to before, and it takes time, as we said early on in the match, to adapt to.
45.
Yeah, I must confess I haven't watched Natalie play, so I'm not quite sure. Sometimes players can slow down. So, for example, Natalie appears to be walking to the ball. I don't know whether that's her natural walk, but if it is, then perhaps you just need that little. Come on, then I'm gonna G things up a little bit here. Where's your plan B?
60.
What are you going to try now that's going to change your fortunes?
The one thing she can do, regardless of the outcome, is put this down to experience. And next time she's on this stage, and she will be back in these stages, she can pick up the lessons that she's
60.
learned from this time and apply it to there.
Yes, very much so.
She's not out of this game altogether yet
Oh
either.
no, I'm just about to say we may be writing her off far too early here. Please don't think that that's the case, Natalie Gilbert fans. Not the case at all. But you can't get away from the fact that Dieter has the experience. She's 2 up and she's just hit a 140, so the pressure is definitely on Natalie.
And if you look at the scoring charts in this game, their big scores, Dieter, have come at
44.
crucial times in the leg as well.
That's a good point as well, yeah, very much so. This for the right to meet Fallon in the semi-final. The other semi-final, of course, being Anastasia Dobromislova against Jo Clements, who saw off a gallant fight from Trina Gulliver,
26.
the previous world champion, 10 times over. Couldn't quite get to the semi-final, but a fantastic run for Trina. It's great to see her back, and let's hope for more of that in the coming weeks and months.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic from Natalie Gilbert. And I think even Dieter could appreciate that a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. She won't like it because it's put her 70 odd points behind, but equally that's got to cheer Natalie up, and in with a great chance here now of
85.
nicking this leg. Good last start from Dieter.
Natalie, you require
One treble
127.
leaves the ball as well.
Treble 20 to start the out. Oh, can't finish now. May stay there. That's 4 scored. 4 scored should be coming down really for the 19s. Oh,
20. Dieter, you
So
require
115 for
115.
Dieter Hedman. Treble 20, the first port of call.
still a chance. Treble 19 for double 19. Double 19 it is from 115 and a 3-0 lead.
96.
Desperately unlucky.
Natalie, you
Gilbert
require
has her chance now on a
107.
ton plus check out. 107 to break throw and to bring the arrears down to 2-1. Still on.
Treble 17. Treble 18 or treble 10 here? Treble 18 is. I think
55.
Yeah, it was just outside. Very unlucky. Good, well thrown dart.
Dita, you require 19.
And not the most conventional or easiest check in the world, this 19 either. Has to concentrate on the single first. First job done, double 8. Inside to double 4.
11.
I think Dita also knows
Natalie, you
that
require
killed the
52.
game, hitting that with my gut feel. But 52 tops them for a 2-1, and then she would have
Game
the
shot in
throw.
the third leg, Natalie Gilbert.
Hello, hello.
That's made things interesting.
Fourth leg, Natalie to throw first.
And she has
Game
the
on.
darts in this leg. And I think what's interesting to see with Natalie is I think she's kind of learning as she goes. And look at this.
Whilst we can't say that the averages were great beforehand, Natalie's have definitely improved in the last
121.
six or so. Six or throws, probably 18 darts in that third leg. She, as you say, she just seems to have grown into the game a little bit.
And even in best of sevens, the momentum can swing on many
57.
occasions.
Yeah, and a 1-2-1 against 57 gives her a good lead in this leg.
On throw, and she can bring it back to 2-2. It's a best of 3 match. And she would have momentum as well. That's what's also so important.
43.
We've seen some fantastic darts in the quarterfinals of this competition, but perhaps this match has been the most intriguing yet.
That's a really good one. Oh, look at this. Here could be Anthony's score.
136.
Almost. Almost.
You could almost feel. What are we, about 10 metres away from Anthony? You could almost feel him prepping for his 174, but it wasn't to be.
60.
We'll just have to wait.
It'll come.
Put him when Charlie's on stage.
Yes. We do have a little competition at Lakeside on the 174s, and invariably Anthony comes last, which is quite funny. But he's not coming last in the 180s.
Doesn't matter how they go in, it's another max. And look how plumb that first dart in the treble was for Gilbert.
125.
Under any,
you require 128.
absolutely. In any other time, you would have said that 125 was excellent, but still left her 26 behind because of Dita's 180. 60 for the bull. Bullseye for 3-1.
103. Natalie, you require 152.
To be on this occasion, can Gilbert take out the 152? Unlucky, but has got a really good marker for the treble and uses it.
100.
Feels as though she's
you
thrown
require
her darts
25.
a lot firmer, if that's the right word, and with a bit of oomph in them now.
She looks relaxed.
Double 4. Another opportunity then for Natalie to level the game
you require
up.
52.
52 is what she took last time out.
Which way does she go? She goes the tops route.
Game shot in the
And
fourth
she
leg.
gets topped,
Natalie
and it
Gilbert.
is 2-2.
Fifth leg, Dita to throw first. Game on.
And we're now to a best of 3 to see who goes through and take the final spot in the semi-finals. Where Fallon Sherrock awaits.
60.
Of course, this will be the second of our tournament semi-finals tomorrow. We've got the England national singles, where in the women's, Laura Turner takes on Fallon Sherrock, and Bo Greaves takes on Anastasia Dobromislova. So a few players we'll see twice this
81.
weekend. And in the men's competition, it's Brian Raman against James Richardson, and Neil Duff, winner of the pentathlon on Thursday. He's looking for the double against Nathan Potter.
Yes, and we've got some games from the England Open men's tournament to follow this game.
43.
Not sure how many of those quarterfinalists in the national singles are actually still in the men's Open. I had a quick look earlier, scanning through. Couldn't see the names. I didn't see James's name. I know Neil Duff went out very early, so he
81.
won't be doubling up.
of course, a chance for Neil Duff it was for an unprecedented treble.
It was, yes. Brian Roman is still in, so, or at least was. He was in the last 16, so he could be the one. I think he's the only one of the 4 that made it through, or made it through to the last 16. But back in the room, Natalie Gilbert has done exceptionally well. We were, dare I say, perhaps
100.
it might have sounded as though we were writing her off at one stage. She was 2-0 down and struggling, and she's got her back to Tool and taken control of this leg as well. And this leg was a leg in which Dieter threw first. But some good darts from Natalie, 81, 81, 100. Good dart, Dieter. Yeah. Great shot.
So now Gilbert here needs to hit a big score. What a first dart.
85.
85 will do. Dieter,
Dieter, you require 161.
Be the biggest outshot we've seen on the stream board so far today, if she gets it. Treble 17.
Oh my word.
Bullseye. It is in, Dieter. It is in.
Oh!
Dieter Hedman.
What an outshot! What a time
6th
for
leg,
Dieter
Natalie to
Hedman!
throw first. Game on.
Absolutely superb. And the fact that she had to stop to check with Anthony that the treble 17 had actually found its home was absolutely brilliant. A 161 outshot from Dieter Hedman.
55.
Magical.
As good as Trina's outshots have been today, that one tops the lot. At 2-2, the pressure on, she's pulled that off. Incredible.
It's a brilliant shot. Brilliant shot.
And imagine what you're feeling if you're Natalie Gilbert, worked your way in the match, thought you had an opportunity to break throw, and then she comes up with that.
100.
Incredible.
So we've had a 161 and a 142 now. 2 stunning outshots from 2 of the legends of the ladies' game.
35.
But the context of that, to go, you know, 2-2, pressure really on, to take out the 161, to not be quite sure if the second dart's in there, to have to compose and then hit the bullseye.
And all this after 18 months away.
140.
Seems to have inspired her, the 161 now.
Well, average is just ticking underneath 80 now for Dieter Hedman.
Both players were down in the 60s after, I think, certainly 3 legs, maybe even 4, so really has picked up.
42.
Well, in this 6th leg, Dieter's kicked off 100, 140, 261 after 6. You won't bet against another big visit here.
Dieter's one of those players where it doesn't overly matter what angle the dart's going, because they go in so
41.
flat that she can either come underneath or go above, whereas for so many players the position in the first dart they throw can determine the whole of that throw. It's it must be a skill. It's the only way. I mean, these are set beautifully for Natalie.
140.
Unlucky. It looked absolutely as if it was going to be a maximum there, the way the darts are positioned.
She needed that 140 as well, still leaves her 9 points behind plus these. And it is plus these as well. It is very much plus these.
140.
Fabulous leg from Dieter.
What a time to find a purple patch. And that is why she's a multiple ranking event winner.
47.
80 for the win.
Dieter, you require
For a place
80.
in the semi-finals. Another single. Tops to win it.
40.
Will come back.
Yes, Natalie can really only hope to set up here from 182.
$26.
Can only hit 26. So Hedman wants tops for the semi-finals.
Dieter, you require 40.
tens.
Game,
And Dieter
shot,
is
and the
there,
match.
and Dieter is
Hedman.
through. An inspired performance towards the end for Dieter Hedman. How crucial that 1-6-1 was, and that is why she is a multiple champion. Showed the resilience and heart of a champion, and she is through by 4 legs to 2.
Couldn't agree with you more. A superb 1-6-1 from Dieter really turned the game as Natalie had got it back to 2-all from 2-0 down and was just looking as though she was beginning to take the edge. But hey, she's a champion for a reason, isn't she? And that's exactly why. So it's Dieter that will play Fallon in the first of tomorrow's semi-finals with Anastasia against Joe Clemens. I think we're going to take a short break and then we're going to come back with your men's quarterfinals to wrap up day 1 at Selsey. Looking forward to that.
Indeed. We'll take a short break, so make yourself a nice cup of tea or something stronger, and we'll see you again in a few minutes' time.
your ball, Jordan. You're on 6 from now. 6 darts each from now. Yeah. It's Jordan to throw first for the ball.
Welcome back to Selsey.
It's outside the
And
25.
we are now into our men's quarterfinals. Henry's taken a bit of a break and I've been joined by...
It's the second dart.
Hello Anthony, how are you?
Very well, thank you, sir. How are you?
Yeah, good. Not bad at all. Nice game.
First leg,
Cool.
Nick to
1-6-1
throw
outshot.
first.
Yep.
Game on.
And to my dismay, we're not doing a pool for the highest checkout, so I thought I was in for a couple of quid there.
Well, we were until you were winning.
66. $55. $82.
Hold on a sec. So Nick Fulwell playing here
98.
in the quarterfinals against Jordan Brooks of Lancashire. What do we know about Jordan? Anthony, am I putting you on the spot there?
You are not a great deal, I'm afraid
Yeah.
to say, but obviously a good player if he's
140.
managed to get to the quarter-finals here at the England Open.
Very much so.
A very, very difficult event to win, of course.
Yes, very much so.
60.
And Nick Fulwell has been playing for a few years now.
60.
Behind his trade at Lincolnshire now on the county scene. Jordan throwing from very high up, a bit like your good self, in fact. You're quite that high when you...
A little bit, not quite as high as that.
28.
Very
Yeah,
from the eye, isn't
Nick,
it?
you require
Yeah.
153.
So, it's Fulwell first to the finish, 153, can't do it now. Try and set it up as best he can.
43.
Not under any immediate pressure, Brooks back on 260.
It's a best of 7, all 4 quarterfinals.
100.
Some very
Nick, you require 110.
interesting quarterfinals we have as well. We'll just see the end of this leg and I'll read you the stars of the show.
47. Jordan, you require 160.
160 then for Brooks, 2 treble 20s, not to be this time.
You take a ton here though. You take it. I think he's looking at treble 16. He's hit the treble 16.
128.
Not sure I necessarily
Nick, you
agree with
require
that particular way
63.
of going,
Absolutely.
but hey,
Well, that's an interesting way to go for 63 as well.
25. Jordan, you require 32.
So double 16 for a break in the first leg.
Game shot on the
it's
first
there.
leg. Jordan Brooks.
stealing the throw there, Jordan.
Second leg, Jordan to throw first.
Interesting, the treble 16
Game
to
on.
leave the double. Single 16 would have left 64, which could potentially have left him 2 darts away from getting to a double, whereas a 20 would have left 60 and only 1 dart away. But hey, he hit the treble 16. He obviously had the confidence in doing so.
Definitely. I think it's one of those shots, if you pull it off, you're a
28.
hero. If you don't pull it off, you could make yourself look a little bit foolish.
Yeah, very true, very true. I said I'd tell you the quarter-final lineup. Brian Raman Well, following up on his national
100.
singles semi-final berth from last night, he's made it to the quarterfinals and will play Graham Hall. So either Brian or Graham will play the winner of this game. And then the bottom half of the draw, James Hurrell and Ian Jones will combat against each other. Is that a word, combat against? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll go with. Sounds good.
100.
Lee Shewan and Mark Blandford are in our fourth quarter-final. The interesting thing about that, from those 8 players, one of those players
45.
makes it to the World Championships.
Absolutely.
The golden ticket.
I've got a golden ticket.
Good grief.
Is it the one and only thing you'll ever hear me singing on commentary?
Thank goodness.
60.
I have to say, Brian Rahman, I think, is the standout of
Yes,
that group.
that's true. I think
Well, I think he has the highest seed left in the competition,
yeah.
but I marked one of his games yesterday
60.
in the England national singles, and he was very, very good. He tells me that in one of his earlier matches he won 4-0, averaging 122.
rude.
Yeah.
Very rude.
So he is
39.
most certainly a man on form. Shows that by getting to the semi-finals of the national singles yesterday, and could possibly make it 2 semi-finals out of 2
100.
should he win in our next match.
Indeed so. Even-ish. Like Jordan had the darts here. He's about 70 odd behind, but I say even because he's now
79.
just hit the treble 19, and now it is even.
Well, this is good from Nick Fulwell.
180.
To leave just 16 points.
What a response this could be. What a response this could be.
24 left.
Possibly. Oh, unlucky.
133. Nicky
So,
requires
for
16.
an immediate break back for Nick Fulwell, 8-8.
Game shot on the
Sweet
second
as a
leg.
nut.
Nick Fulwell.
Excellent
Yes.
leg of darts there.
Yeah,
Third
so
leg
get
Nick
feeling
to
the
throw first.
players are in
Game
now.
on.
They shrugged off the early season blues and have now stepped in to play their normal game, and Nick is really going for it here.
139.
That second leg wasn't Jordan's greatest. A lot of indifferent scores. There's that ton in the 1-3-3
60.
standouts, but yeah, as you say, they've settled in now. Averages are starting to head northwards.
100.
Good stuff this from Nick Fulwell. 2 good throws in this leg. 139 and a ton.
140.
I am
Needed
reliably informed that Jordan Brooks is from Fleetwood.
Ah. The only
98.
thing that's surprising is that Tommy Thompson's not running around like a lunatic.
He's also not the only person from Fleetwood in the quarterfinals, because Lee Shewan is from Fleetwood
Yes,
as well.
he is indeed.
55. Nicky require 164.
So 164 for Nick Fulwell. Can't do it now.
Pressure wasn't on him to do it, and he may have
100.
laid up anyway, but
Jordan needs a massive score here, and he might just get one. 140. A massive help at this point.
100. Nicky require 64.
So we should be on the 16s to start here. Treble would leave 8-8, indeed it does.
Game shot on the third leg. Nick
15 dart
Fulwell.
leg there from Nick Fulwell.
Fourth leg Jordan to throw first.
Taking his average
Game
up
on.
to 85, just shy of 85 anyway. 2 good legs on the trot for Nick.
66.
Well, 3 trebles. 2 of which are the wrong side of the wire for Jordan.
59.
I have to say, Nick, how magnificent it is after 18 long months
96.
to be back with the
Yes.
darts family, back at a proper open competition.
Yes, it's been good to see everybody.
140.
Interesting to see the players that have come out of lockdown and with a bit between their teeth. I mean, we've just
Absolutely.
read out that list of 8 players in the men's competition. I'm not saying that any of those are household names.
77.
It makes you wonder how many of these guys have been, during lockdowns, have been playing online darts and
Yes,
just practicing, bettering
Yeah.
themselves.
absolutely.
89.
I mean, these guys obviously have been putting in the practice, but I think the thing about coming back to a tournament after so long away, when the people have been playing online darts, you kind of realise that some people may have been telling porky pies, because they'll say they've been playing online, averaging 100 this and 105 here, then they come here and get beat the first
81.
round with a 52 or something.
Still with the
137.
certainly consolidated his position in this leg, and this is against the darts. So from 1-0 down, Nick Fulwell's actually 2 darts away from being 3-1 up. Might be some pressure on there.
Yep, there definitely will be.
100.
So
Nicky
76.
requires 76.
And in 2 darts, this will be a 14 darter to go with his 15 and his 16, and double 8. He'll take a 15 darter though.
68.
He's unlucky.
Jordan, you require 81.
The pressure was applied by Jordan Brooks, 81. Oh, just the wrong side of the wire now. Will he possibly go double-double here, I wonder?
I think he's looking at double 18 twice here, is he? I think
Yeah.
he was, yep.
45.
I would have went for it personally.
Nicky require 8.
Stop.
Double 4 then, for a 3-1
Game
lead.
shot on the 4th leg. Nick Fulwell.
And it's 3 on the bounce for Nick Fulwell.
Nick average has just gone up.
5th
and
leg,
up and
Nick
up the
to
longer
throw
the
first.
game has gone on. He's now up to an
Game on.
8-6 average.
'41.
Smile on the face of Nick Fulwell, retrieving his darts after a score of only 41, and a leg that if he wins it, he will be in tomorrow's semi-final.
100. '99.
Jordan does win this leg. He would have to throw in the 6th to go through.
85.
And then it's anybody's game in the last leg, but he does of course need to execute a break of throw here for that to be a possibility.
85.
Has every chance. Has effectively taken the darts off Nick Fulwell in this leg.
And how?
Can he fill it?
140.
So a lead of 100 points for Jordan Brooks.
100.
Nick brings himself level. Of course, Jordan has thrown 3 darts less. Oh, a roar.
Great. A bit animated. That's the same as animated, but different.
95. Jordan, you require 76.
A little bit of pressure on the 76, but oh, double 8. Breaks straight
Game
back.
shot on the 5th leg. Jordan Brooks.
So break
6th
a
leg,
throw.
Jordan to throw first. Game on.
The best leg of the match so far, a 14 darter from Jordan Brooks. Now averaging just shy of 84.
42.
But not a good start on a leg that he has to win. Oh, and punishment.
How many times do you see that as well, Anthony, where you get a
140.
break of throw and there's that rush of emotion and the next throw, or i.e. the first throw of the next leg, just doesn't reach the standards that it needs to.
Absolutely. Oh, Please don't. Oh,
120.
thought we had a 174 incoming there.
Yeah, that would have been a blow for you.
Yep, the microphone would have been thrown down in disgust.
To be fair, I did say to Richard he was going to get a 174. before we called
85.
This game. Richard Ashdown calling our numbers on this for this leg. And there he is.
The man in charge.
140.
Has been very busy throughout lockdown alongside your good self, working tirelessly
60.
for the good of us darts players playing in the WDF system, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts.
Well, thank you.
59.
Trying. If only we get rid of this little pandemic-y type thing,
Yeah.
that would help immensely.
It certainly would.
66.
Jordan looks the type of guy
Jordan,
that could
you
be
require
quite
140.
good fun on the stage at somewhere like Lakeside. He's a confident lad by the looks of things, and he's giving it the come-ons when he's hitting his big scores. Nothing like talking that one in, eh?
Looked at his hand there as if, what did you do that for?
50.
So,
Nick, you require 150.
3 bills for Nick Fullwell.
Or
Coward. Oh, double 15 for the match.
Game.
Well,
shot.
wow.
And the match. Nick Fullwell.
Absolutely outstanding finish from Nick Fullwell. Absolutely marvellous.
superb finishing from Nick Fullwell. A 150, and he was under threat there. Jordan sat on 90 to pull it back to 3-3, and it would have been all on that last leg, but it's Nick Fullwell with a 150 outshot and an 88 average that sees him as our first, or the first of our semi-finalists here at the England Open 2021 in Selsey. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 2 very shortly.
So quarter-final number 2 in the men's competition here at the England Open in Selsey, and my good partner and colleague Nick Rolls in the commentary box is now on stage. Face for commentary and a face for refereeing. Anthony Dundas is still in the booth with me, and Brian Raman could be the last man who could potentially do the double this weekend.
Yep, he certainly could, and I said to Nick during the last game, he's a man on form. I marked one of his games in the England national singles yesterday, played extremely well in a 4-1 victory, and told me during that, well, after that match, that one of his earlier matches was a 4-0 win with a 122 average.
Not too shabby.
Not to be sniffed at all, but this man here, Graham Hall, he'll be trying to put an end to that run. He's had a bit of a hectic few minutes, Graham Hall. He qualified for this quarter-final.
Both players will now throw for the ball.
Was wearing shorts and was asked to go and put a pair of long trousers on.
That's the 25.
So he had to rush back to the caravan, change of attire, and then straight back.
That's the bullseye.
He's won the ball with the bullseye, and if he wins, he'll have to find another
Best
pair
of
of
7
trousers
legs.
tomorrow
First
as
leg,
well.
it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Graham Hall of Warwickshire starts us off in this second of the 4 quarter-finals. 500 left.
And I just wonder in these
41.
situations how important the experience of Raman on these big stages are. I think he might just illustrate the point for us.
100.
Yep, definitely has the experience of playing on these big stages. Former Dutch Open finalist.
Only good players get to that final.
Oh, absolutely.
41.
Yeah, the Dutch Open probably the hardest darts tournament in the world to win, just because of the sheer size of it.
Well, what a start this is.
140.
Backed up by Tom 40 for Brian Raman. Of course, in a field of thousands, 1,000 entries plus across the competitions this weekend, these are the final 8. And Graham Hall showing why he's got to the final 8. What a fantastic start to this match.
Absolutely outstanding stuff.
Follow up.
140.
Almost, but Ton 40 leaves a 1-2-1 after 9.
Brian, you
So
require
6 darts here for the
121.
Belgian to get on the board and break the throw in the first leg.
53.
See why he went for the bullseye there, knowing that his opponent wasn't on a finish. Leaves himself 68.
Yep, 68, which he will return for, but Graham Hall just trying to apply some much needed pressure.
137.
And does
Brian,
exactly
you require
that. Superb
68.
stuff. So treble 20. Can still do it 17. Leaves bullseye for 1-0.
43. Graham, you require 62.
Could that come back to haunt him? Graham Hall 62. Should be treble 10 for start. Indeed it is, double 16. That could be a useful marker. Just moves along the hockey a little bit.
30.
Looked like his hand was shaking a little
Brian,
bit
you
there.
require
That's unlucky,
25.
they were 2 well thrown darts as well.
They most certainly were. 9 then for double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clean kill
Brian
and a
Raman.
breaker throw as well for Brian Raman.
Second leg is
1-0
Brian
lead for
to
him
throw
in a race
first.
to 4 in
Game
these
on.
quarterfinals, averaging just under 89 as well. But Graham Hall really had opportunities there in that first leg. It's going to be very, very difficult to break
100.
Raman as well, especially with scores like that.
Yep, he is a very difficult player to take the throw from. As we say, a lot of experience playing on the stages, playing in big tournaments, as we say. Dutch Open finalist,
140.
a quarter finalist on the Challenge Tour, a semi-finalist on the Development Tour, and a Belfry Open champion back in
100.
2019.
don't think these two need time to settle in. It's been a fantastic second leg. Ton 40 from Hall in his first hit, 2 tons from Roman. The average is very good indeed. Roman averaging just a shade under 92. Hall 87, as you can see on the graphic there. But that's not going to help the average or help him in this leg.
No, definitely not. That's the sort of opportunity
140.
Brian Roman, and he just stomps all over the top of it. And here he is again after 9 darts on a 3-dart finish.
Averaging 97 now. 161 left. Seeing Dieter Hedman hit it on the string being board so far today.
Brian, you require
Brian
161.
Do the same. Not on this occasion, but is in a good position in the leg as a whole.
59.
Yep, Graham Hall needs a taxi to get to a finish here. Needs 2 big trebles, desperately.
57.
Can't even get one, so
Brian, you require 102.
Brian has at least 6 starts here from 102.
82 left, so went for the pull.
65 remaining, so should go 25 again. Oh, fair
70.
enough. Good thinking, young man.
He's himself on double 16. Doesn't matter how you get there.
Exactly that. It's a trait of some of our European players. They do have some weird and wonderful ways around the dartboard.
72. Brian, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 2-0 lead to consolidate the break of the first leg. There it
Game
is.
short in the second leg. Brian Roman.
And that
Third
first
leg is
start was
Graham
a
to throw
fantastic
first.
marker as well.
Game on.
As I say, averaging just under 89. This has been one of the best performances we've seen on the stage so far today. And the Belgian is halfway towards the victory post, leading by 2 legs
60.
still. Another 2, and he's back for at least 2 matches tomorrow on the stage in the finals. He's already through to the national singles semi-finals.
21.
Unlucky there with a bounce out. He'll be looking to go for double bubble in Selsey. Which I think is one of the attractions here, isn't it? If not, it should be.
I agree. Most definitely.
100.
But Hall is just sticking in there. Averaging around 75.
140.
But when Roman just keeps hitting these big trebles and getting these big visits, it's just so hard to live with him.
Yeah, as well as Graham is playing, he's 3 darts behind Brian Roman. Has been for most of the match. Just the occasional bad score letting him down. But still averaging just north of 77. Not dreadful by any stretch of the imagination.
140.
But really needs to be averaging maybe 15 points higher than that to be challenging Brian here.
When you look at the last 2 visits, Graham, ton, Roman, ton 40, but what can he do here?
Well,
140.
excellent darts from the man of Warwickshire.
Needs himself well placed, and this time it's Roman who needs the score.
100.
Needs himself on
Graham,
a ton,
you
but it
require
is Graham Hall with
101.
first poke.
A few options here for 101. Should be going treble 20 first of all. Treble 19. Treble 10 to set it up. Should he get the chance to return, because
Brian, you require
poised on
100.
100. Treble for double on the 20s. Tops perhaps. No, he's coming for 16s. Double 16.
68. Graham, you require 32.
Flashy finishing clinic for Brian Roman. A spotter's nightmare. But it could be a nightmarish end to this leg.
Needs to adjust. That was a long way off. Should be able to use that as a guide.
16.
Oh, just the wrong side of the wire.
Brian, you require 32.
Unlucky, so to open up a 3-0 lead and to throw for the match. Double 8. Is that awkward?
Oh, it looks like it could be.
16.
It was.
Graham, you require 16.
So Graham Hall needs to take this out. Double 8 to get a leg on the board. Half the deficit, double 4.
Game
There it
shot
is.
on the third leg. Graham Hall. Fourth leg, it's Brian
Raises
throwing
his-
first.
Raises his hands to the sky.
He knew how important that was.
99.
And I think he's going to enjoy himself on the stage as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, we're speaking with Nick earlier on today in the women's quarterfinals. If
60.
they can get that break back and make it 2-2, the game suddenly from 2-0 down, potentially 3-0 down, swings back in your favour when you've got the throw.
140.
Yeah, absolutely does. It's never over till it's over in these matches. It's a short format, but you can never take it for granted. Even if you're 3-0 up, anything could happen.
$100.
And if you keep yourself in the red, you'll give yourself every chance.
100.
Now, possibly a little bit silly from Rahman. Won't cause too much damage as long as Hall doesn't hit a 180. Won't cause too much damage as long as Hall doesn't hit a 180. Or a 177.
139.
Very unlucky. And 162 a bogey, of course.
40.
So you're not got out of jail yet.
No, Hall can bring this down. Big ton plus to leave a 2-darter. Or maybe even a 1-darter. No, not to be.
$85.
It's not bad.
Brian, you require 122.
So 18s for Brian Rahman. No, can't do it.
28. Graham,
Last
you
6
require
darts have not been
117.
And suddenly here, Graham Hall has an opportunity on 117. And a man still on 94 as well. Not the easiest take. This is the big number. You need to get the single 20. You give yourself a
39.
chance, another chance.
Brian, you require 94.
Should go the bull route. 77 treble, 15 with the left, double 16.
86. Graham, you require 78.
Well, leaves himself on double 4 if he gets it. Graham Hall wants 78. And treble 18. So single 20. He's missed a big number.
Cardinal sin committed.
And you would have had a dart at tops for 2-2.
38.
Throw, and now
Brian, you
the ball
require
very much
8.
in Brian Rahman's court. Double 4 for 3-1 for command of this match.
And if it does go in, Brian has to consider himself
Game short
a very,
on the
very
fourth
lucky
leg.
boy.
Brian Rahman.
Because this could quite easily be 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Not
Game
quite a
on.
get out of jail free card, but it will feel as if that leg really could have gone in the other direction. As you can see, the averages again just under 83 for Rahman, and if he was a little bit cleaner in the checkout zone, it'd probably
60.
be in and around the 90s.
Brian was not long ago averaging well in the 90s. So
140.
that poor leg, just a few poor scores in the middle of that leg, his average has plummeted by a good 10 points or so. But still has a commanding 3-1 lead over Graham Hall, who is most certainly not going down without a
60.
fight.
No, of course not. And of course with the throw as well in this important leg. If he can
96.
pull it back, he would have the darts in any deciding leg. But first jobs first. Try and get this one won if you can. Needs a treble now. Door
43.
open for Brian Rahman. 265 points away from victory. And a very good passage of play.
171.
A
Outstanding.
171 when he needed it most.
Absolutely outstanding, and has left himself on that pesky 94 again.
What way is he going to go for this?
Has to go treble 18.
140.
Treble 18
Brian
for
Uruguay,
tops.
94.
Brian Rahman has 1 foot in the semi-finals. Double 8.
86.
But he will return. Graham Hall back on 198. Needs a massive score here. Needs to pile on the pressure. And it's just not happening. And he's played a good game. He's had a fantastic run to the quarterfinals.
He'll definitely look back on this with pride.
23.
Quarterfinals,
Brian
stage exposure,
Uruguay,
TV
8.
exposure, but Brian Rahman is closing in. Double 4 for leg 4, 2 2s.
Game,
And Brian
shot.
Rahman is there.
And the match.
His
Brian
chances
Rahman.
of a double in Selzy is still alive. An impressive performance, just under 87 average. He beats Graham Hall by 4 legs to 1. He is in to the semi-finals. So then quarter-final number 3 here in Selsey. Sees Ian Jones, the whippet, against James Hubble. And I'm happy to say that Nick Rolls is back alongside me in the commentary box.
Hello.
Little quick game for you up on the stage there.
Yeah, it was alright,
wasn't
wasn't it? Decent standard. Brian played really well, I thought. I don't know what the averages were, but it felt around an 80, 82,
Yeah,
something like that.
about that, yeah.
It's good game.
It's definitely the highest we've seen so far on the streaming board.
It's a good player, Brian, my man. Good player.
Of course, the only male player that will play in both of the tournament finals tomorrow. A reminder that you can watch that with us. Please do join us on the England Darts YouTube channel, 3 o'clock tomorrow. You know where to be. No excuses for not joining us. One thing I have spoken, because it is my first time here at Selsey, just had a little walk out the auditorium of the game that you and Anthony did.
Practice starts over. It's going to be James to throw first for the ball.
Well, hopefully it does come through to you at home. There's a real buzz around
25.
this place. And superstars everywhere you look.
And that's also 25. Players will throw again. This time Ian's throw for the bullseye first.
Ian Jones, been playing darts for years. West Midlands boy.
Outside the 25.
James Hurrell, an
And that's outside but closer. James wins the ball.
ex-England international, who's hillbilly.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Played the World Championship a couple of times as well. A couple of world trophies.
Good lad, James.
60.
Good to see him get back to the top of the WDF rankings, or somewhere near the top.
57.
And of course, this enforced break because of COVID has given a couple of those players who perhaps were sliding just a little bit down the rankings the opportunity to regroup and go again.
Yep,
100.
very much so. And I know we've mentioned it before, I'm going to mention it again. The golden ticket is still there for
100.
these players. Nick Fool, Brian Roman, James Hurrell or Ian Jones, the next in line.
38.
Of course, this is the start of a series of gold events which will see players progress through to the World Championship. So if not here,
41.
opportunities in Denmark Open October the 1st, October the 3rd, British Open back at Bridlington Spa October 15th to October 17th. The week after is the Welsh
61.
Open. A couple of events in North America in November, the Pacific Masters and the Seacoast Open. And then the last chance to get your golden ticket is at the Irish Open on
95.
November 13th and 14th. So plenty of opportunities for players to get their way to the lakeside. With darts like this, Hull's got a great chance.
125.
He had the darts in this leg, so he should be naturally be the winner.
180.
But that 180
Yeah.
James
changes
require
everything.
117.
This has to go now.
Still got a chance. Treble 19. Not now. Treble 18 would leave double 12.
78 left.
Just checking. You might have heard there.
57.
James well allowed
Ian, you
allowed
require
to
28.
ask the referee what he's scored or what he's got left. Double 7.
Game shot on the first leg. Ian Jones.
Ian Jones has 0 left.
He has.
1-0 up and
Second
broken
leg,
the
it's
James
Ian
Hull
to throw first.
importantly as well.
Game on.
Averaging 83.5, has come down because he was going for the outshots there. It's a very, very good start from the man from the West
100.
Midlands. And then the lipstick again.
$125.
Good quality contest so far.
Indeed.
60.
Expected as we get to these quarter-final stages, and look forward to those semi-finals as well tomorrow. Selsey comes into its own on a Sunday.
100.
Ian Jones is coming into his
140.
own here. This has been a really, really good start, averaging 89. And just looking at his scoring visits, it's turn followed by like a 60, then another turn 40 on this occasion. So he's been consistent enough in the scoring phase.
95.
And so too is Hubble. Both men averaging well into the 80s here.
60.
They'll correct that. He didn't score 6. He scored 60.
Best 6 I've ever seen.
119.
Good darts.
Ian, you require
So
141.
141. Cannot be done now. So Hubble back on 62. Bought the break
105.
back.
James, you require 62.
Down to the 10s. 2 16s for a level game.
Game
Good
shot
dart.
on the second leg.
Good
James
dart, James Hurrell.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Good standard as well. 88 plays 87 on the averages, so
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
yes, a very good start.
As far as Ian Jones is concerned, a break is not a break without a hold. So we're back to where we were before.
119.
And a fantastic start to the leg from James Hull. 119. Can Ian Jones respond with?
60.
James was in the England team with I think Scott Mitchell,
60.
Jamie Hughes, Glenn Durrant. That sort of time is a really good atmosphere between the lads
60.
in the England team. Not saying that there isn't now, but it was a real camaraderie between them.
You want them lot rocking up at your local on a Wednesday night, would you?
100.
Well, you would if you're the pub owner.
Very true. For the opposition.
Oh yes,
Run
yeah,
away.
yeah. I see what you mean. Sorry, I thought you
95.
That is an all-star exhibition. It's been an exhibition leg up until that point for James Hubble. 2-2-2. Left himself on the
42.
Richie Benno score.
$100.
So all about the setup now for the Hillbilly. Another one of them would be lovely.
100.
I'll take that, especially with Ian not on a finish.
$130.
Good lead.
James, you require 80.
That's what he did with that 180 in the first leg to steal the darts. Hit a big score to lead something and put the pressure, and of course that's where the pressure lands now. From a relatively simple 80 to suddenly one you've got to hit. And he's just going to square up for tops.
40.
And if Ian Jones kicks it straight, he has
Ian,
two
you require
darts,
56.
a double. Tops. Good marker.
Game shot on the third
Perfect
leg.
marker.
Ian Jones.
And it is another breaker throw. Another breaker throw for Ian Jones.
leg,
who now
it's Ian
leads
to throw
by
first.
2 legs
Game
to
on.
1. The holder throw's been elusive so far, but Ian Jones will not mind that yet.
I think this is where we started, wasn't it? Trina and
58.
Lorraine, the very first game of the day, was break a throw for the first 4 legs, and we're revisiting, so to speak.
Look at the averages, you cannot split them. 84 apiece.
129.
Been lethal on the treble 19.
$60.
And that means that James has stolen the darts in this 4th leg.
Again goes down to see whether his friend
43.
at 19s are home, but not on this occasion.
$58.
Hull just with the advantage in this leg. needs a score. You can tell his frustration.
41.
Yes, Ian's going to get himself in front here.
140.
103 points in front.
And with the darts, most crucially.
Yeah, certainly having been behind after one throw. James is 129 to start the leg.
60.
Meant Ian Jones is in all sorts of trouble, but James hasn't been able to cement that lead and has now surrendered it.
65.
And a pivotal last dart there at 25.
Yeah, I like that. That was a good dart. Good dart. 120 gives you two chances to hit the treble 20. Another single 20 would have meant he had to go 25 and then 60 before he had a shot at tops.
100. Ian, you require 120.
The Shanghai for Jones to hold throw and go within one of the match. This is a treble,
40.
straight into the single one, and Hull now a chance on 128.
James, you require 128.
Treble 18 to start the shot. And now he's got to go treble 20. Would have had a dart at the ball. May go treble 18 here.
92. Ian, you require
Does.
80.
Needs himself on double 18. Should he come back? Single.
Could be awkward for the double though.
Awkward enough for the single.
40.
Yes. Yeah.
James, you require 36.
So for the fourth break of throw.
Game shot on the fourth low.
Ian
James
Jones
Hurrell.
missed a big number, so missed out on the chance to go for tops, and James Hurrell
Fifth
steps
leg, it's
in,
James to
and
throw
it is a
first.
fourth consecutive
Game
break
on.
of throw in this match. It's a best of three from this point onwards for a place in the semi-finals. Just 2 holes of throw for James Hurrell.
45.
That would be what he'd be thinking in his mind, but in this game it's easier said than done.
I was going to say, yeah. I think either player would be happy to have one hole to throw just
60.
at the moment. That's nice.
83.
Disappointed after that first
Yes,
start.
I think so. I agree. That one's slightly awkward for Ian. He's had to move across, and he's got to go above it.
60. $60.
And again, disappointed he wouldn't have got the treble. It's another leg in the offing here.
100.
And you can't understate how crucial that tongue could be.
Yeah, it's about now that Ian, against the throw, has hit his big score, hasn't he? The 180 in the first leg, the 130 in the third leg. And he's being offered assistance here.
30.
He's actually got the lead without having to throw these three.
James Hurrell's just having a bit of an off patch at the worst possible time.
60.
Takes a bit longer to get to the hockey. Composes himself. Long deep breath. Big visit here. Can't let that frustration creep in though. Not at this point in the match.
95.
That's a good last start.
Great last start. To 188. Ian Jones, he's hit that customary. There it is.
140.
There it is. 140 rather than 114. Yeah, I think.
We'll get a poke at the 81. How handy can Hull leave this?
Do with the trophy. Could go across 18s here. The way he shifted across, I'm thinking he's going
45.
20s, but maybe 18s might have been
Ian,
a better
you
route
require
there.
81.
58 would have left 130.
An open bed to play with as well.
Well, Ian taking the
49.
chance there. He decided to go for the treble 10 rather than the
James,
12
you
and bull.
require 143.
Will
Will he
James
be
make him
punished?
pay? Yeah. $63, treble 13.
63.
Treble 13 would leave double 12. Treble 17 would leave double 6. I think he's looking down the board.
97. Ian, you
So
require
Ian Jones banks
32.
on James Hurrell not taking it out. Will he be
shot on
rewarded?
the
Yes,
fifth
he
leg.
will. And it's a
Ian
fifth
Jones.
consecutive break of throw. And Ian Jones will be hoping that the one hold of throw in
Sixth
this
leg,
match
it's Ian
is
to
here,
throw first.
because if it is,
Game on.
he's through to the semis.
praying for a ton.
100.
That's what you need, I think. 100. You know, James, with the exception of a 180, is not going to be far enough in front to tell Ian that he's out of the leg. And that 100 may very well prove to be enough.
30.
Or is it?
15.
Getting edgy on the stage.
Wow. The game was there in his grasp, wasn't it?
You could just tell the tension set in, just having a look at the averages. They're around 80s for the most part. They've just dropped
59.
down outside the 80s into the high 70s.
It's not a lucky last start, of course it's not from James Head, but he's fortunate to get 59, having scored 2 with his first 2. He's got to hit 2 red bits, I fear. Either this or the next one. There's one. Why not make it all 3?
190.
Why not?
Oh, and Ian comes fighting back.
80.
Not enough, you fear.
But Maxman changes the complexion of the leg, 30, 59, 180, and suddenly things are rosy for James Hubble for yet another break in this match.
100.
If James wins this leg, do you think he's allowed to say to Ian, I want you to go first in the last leg?
Pull up again.
yeah, and I'll deliberately lose.
85.
I think we'll have a problem. I think the dart will end up possibly...
James
in the
require
Yes, yeah.
132.
Starts with the bull. He's got to go for this because Ian's on a finish. That's we may stay there. That's a beautiful lay. He's certainly looking there. This would be a magical finish. Probably an 8. 68 scored, 64 left. Treble 16.
84.
Losing 48. Big finish for Ian.
Ian, you require 136.
So James
60.
Hull will get his chance on 48.
James, you
for a
require
last
48.
leg shootout. Tops.
Game shot on the
Gets it.
6th leg.
Fantastic
James
start from
Hurrell.
James Hurrell, and we are going all the way. 6 breaks of throw.
7th
means
and
it's
final leg.
3-3.
It's James to throw
James
first.
Hurrell has the dart, but how academic
Game
that's
on.
been so far in this match.
Yes, this has been indeed a crazy game. Some good scores, some poorer scores. We're looking at around about 80 average, so 27.
100.
Ian Jones must be thinking, I'm fine second, brilliant.
James this time has started with a ton, albeit it might not be enough.
What a time for
180.
Maximum!
He's been leaving those big scores for when he's been around 230, 240, but this time he's decided to hit one when he's on 501.
His timing in this match, I have to say, has been impeccable.
58.
81 average and littered with darts, quality darts when he needed it most.
60.
But I think the one thing we've missed today is a second 180 back to back in a leg.
Yes, very much so.
We might get a second 180 in the leg.
140.
Quality darts, puts himself in control. It's been a brilliant, brilliant last leg from both players.
60.
It's like my front room, nothing in it. Can he get down to a 2 dart finish? Oh, I'll take 103 from here now.
60.
Oh,
The door is ajar.
it is, it is. Oh, and Ian's found a beauty. Can he slot another one in the side? He can.
140.
What were we saying about his timing?
James,
Again.
you require 143.
Well, Hubble dash all these dreams and hopes. 143.
Triple 20. That's a single 1.
$78.
Giving himself a chance.
Ian, you require 61.
25. Yes, double 18.
Game, shots, and the
Ian
match.
Jones
Ian
is
Jones.
through in a corker. It was a breakathlon in Selsey, and it is Ian Jones from the West Midlands who is through to the final 4 on the South Coast. A fantastic game, both players averaging above 80, but it is Ian Jones who is through to the semi-finals of the England Open.
Practice starts over. It's Lee to throw for the bill first. That is outside.
And so the final game of a crazy
25.
and chaotic England Open Saturday here in Selsey, and we see Lee Shewan
First leg
up
Mark
against
to
Mark
throw
Blanford
first.
to
Game
finish
on.
off the action here on the England Darts YouTube channel. And I'm happy to say that Nick Coles is with me for
45.
one last dance on this Saturday afternoon.
Good grief. Dancing on a Saturday afternoon.
Luckily they can't see us.
True. Interesting, Mark's
60.
wearing a Newcastle shirt. Welshman wearing a Newcastle shirt after their battering this afternoon as well.
Apparently some guy called Cristiano scored.
81.
Twice.
Never heard of him. It's meant to be alright, he is.
A bit like this lad.
140.
Lee Shewan from Fleetwood. A couple of Fleetwood players up on the stage.
100.
Some good players up in that area.
Yeah, Lancashire's certainly have got some very good players. Mark Blandford has played for
60.
Wales. He's been around the circuit. So this is our
100.
fourth quarter-final. Before we go into finals day tomorrow. I think they've got the wonderful mixed fours
140.
competition out on the floor. You can see behind the players there still people thrown at the board. They're taking part in the mixed fours competition. And there's the youth as well.
45. Lee, you require
Action's far
101.
from done here in Selsey. Still got one more great game here. Treble 19.
Treble 14.
41. Mark, you require 130.
Not the worst finish. This 2 darts at bull. The treble 20 before going for the bull. He's got the shot at the bull.
105. Lee, you require 60.
First dart was a lovely marker.
It was. The bullseye.
Tops for a break of throw. Tens.
Game shot in the first leg. Lee Shewan.
And Lee Shewan takes the opening leg.
Second leg, Lee
Against
to
the
throw
darts.
first. Game
in
on.
command of this quarter-final in these early stages.
$45.
I suppose as we're coming towards the end of our day here in Selsey, what's been your highlight
41.
so far?
What's been my highlight? I think seeing Trina play as well as she did, especially in the first game, obviously, against Lorraine.
60.
Opening 3 darts, having had 18 months away from Selsey, for Katrina Gulliver to walk on the stage and hit 180 with the first 3 we see is a story in itself.
140.
Just seeing her back to playing somewhere near her best was great. Then I guess it has to be Dieter's 161 finish was just amazing.
140.
How about yourself, or have I nicked the 2?
Well, the 161 was brilliant. I think the one game I didn't commentate on, Nick Fulwell, the 150 to
85.
win the match.
Yeah.
And crucially, he got that as well because it looked like it was going all the way to a decider.
That's right, his opponent was sat on 90, wasn't he, having come back from... And that would have made it 3-3 as well.
26.
So, yeah, 150. It certainly was a good shout, a good shot.
Gets the darts as well, I believe.
Exactly. It's been good fun. I think they
100.
managed to call a game. The boys have done great on the stage as well. It's nice to be back out there calling a few numbers.
We'll save the 174 for tomorrow, shall we?
Obviously.
60.
Well, I don't know. He's still got.
Mark, you require 135.
Still got another possible, what, 8 or 9 legs here. 25 scored, 60 for the bull. Bullseye, this would be a great shot. It's got to go over that dart or round it.
110.
Might get another shot
You
at the ball
require
here.
170.
Still might. Oh my word. Oh!
145.
The big fish was
Mark, you
nearly
require
reeled.
25.
Anthony definitely would have won the biggest shot of the day. With that one, he already leads with the 161 and can't get beat with this being the last
21.
game. But that would have
Lee, you
cemented
require
his place.
25.
Could have gone for the weekend one. He couldn't be beaten all weekend. 2-8, Lee Shewan.
Big dart.
21.
Oh.
Mark, you require 4.
He's already had 3 to try and get rid of the 25. Oh my
No
goodness me.
score.
Nervy dart.
Lee, you require 4.
You can hear a few members of the crowd really getting into it now.
Wow.
Madhouse.
No score.
And it's getting nervy on
Mark,
the
you require
doubles.
4. Game shot in the second leg. Mark Blandford.
I thought Ian Jones played nicely in that last game as well.
Third leg,
So-
Mark to throw first. Game on.
I think when you look at the averages, perhaps the most even game in those stakes, or one of.
55.
Yep. That was even as this one.
Yeah, I was going to say that both players averaging in the 70s, low 70s, as you can see on your screen.
100.
Yeah.
But of course, the doubles in the last leg put paid to a lot of the averages there because the scoring, like that, has been fairly good. We nearly had a
95.
big fish in that last leg, but ended on double 2.
$100.
And of course, again, the incentive for these
85.
two men win this game. They are 2 wins away from the Lakeside.
Indeed they are.
81.
Of course, everything that comes with it, the chance to play on the greatest stage of them all, potentially become world champion, and of course the TV exposure they'll get as well via Eurosport and Discovery Plus.
100.
Indeed. All shapes well for the players here, and as you mentioned earlier,
80.
only the other gold tournaments that are coming along. Denmark, next stop Denmark in a few weeks. Looking forward to that. It's a good venue in Denmark.
60. Lee, you require 140.
Not a bad leg here from Lee against the darts.
95.
Big last
Mark, you require
dart.
106.
And Blanford get a ton plus checkout. The whole throw. Double 18.
Shot in the
what
third leg.
a shot
Mark
and what a
Blanford.
time to hit a ton
Fourth
plus
leg, Lee
Mark
to throw
Blanford.
first. Game on.
He knew Shewan was looking like a shoe-in to get darts at double. Then he nicks the leg with a 106, holds the throw, and
140.
it's 2-1, and he's 2 away now from a semi-final place.
Lee's not let it put him off though. Started that leg
45.
with or this leg I should say, with a 140. So after the break fest of the last game, 3 legs that have
99.
gone with the throw so far, and looking as though Lee's going to make that 4 in a row.
Evening itself out.
Indeed.
60.
And it's got some breathing room here. This is a bit of a
140.
remarkable leg. 140, 99, 140, textbook leg.
Yeah, interesting choice there. The last start, if he'd have hit a single, he'd have left 162.
140.
But knowing Lee,
you
that
require
it's a good counter. He would
122.
have known that Mark was on 396 and couldn't do anything about it. So decided to go with the lie of the darts. And again
90.
here with the 122, didn't bother going for the finishes. I'll be happy with 32 if my own opponent's sitting on 256.
Potential 13 darter here.
140.
It's been a good
you
leg from
require
Blanford, but he
32.
may not get a shout. Double 8.
Game shot in the
Get a
fourth
shout.
leg.
It
Lee
just sneaks
Shewan.
in the bottom corner, but they all
Fifth
count
leg
the
mark
same.
to throw
and
first.
it is
Game on.
a 4th consecutive holder throw. It's 2-2, a best of 3 for a semi-final spot.
60.
But only a 60 to start. Will Shewan punish?
$59.
These are nice.
100.
Yeah, nice ton. Good darts from the Lido.
134.
Gives him a slight advantage.
Blanford can wipe that away with a big score.
60.
Only 60.
Lee needs to follow up that 134 with another 3-figure sum here. Which went downstairs. Ooh.
47.
Snatchy last dart, you could see when he released it.
It's almost as though you know the opportunity's there and you just try that little bit too hard and then you pay the price.
180.
Blanford walked straight through that opportunity. Ton 80, and again, timing is everything, and the timing there from Blanford was
84.
perfect.
Mark, you require 101.
Interesting choice there from Mark. Who double 16. Oh, and
Game
that
shot in
one's
the
gone in
fifth
the,
leg.
in the
Mark
bottom corner
Blanford.
as well.
Sixth leg, Lee
Second
to
ton
throw
plus
first.
outshot for Mark
Game
Blanford
on.
in this match, 106 and 101. Sees himself 3-2 in front.
Nice bit of spirit between the boys there. The fist pump.
100.
Appreciating the high finish.
And that's one thing you do get, don't you, around here, is a real darting community.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a real respect for good darts. And that's one
55.
thing, just having a little walk around the venue, which is so good to see. You don't see often in sport nowadays.
No, it is good. It is.
139.
He's going to protect the record by the looks of things with the hold of throw here.
I was hoping he was going to go for treble
81.
18 then.
You still want that 174, right?
Don't we all?
58.
140 plus here for Mark. Just put the pressure on a bit. Another one in there would make things interesting.
100.
May not be enough.
Big visit this for Lee Shewan.
Yeah.
And what a start.
Double
Could
12 left. Ooh.
140.
He would take 64 after 12 though.
Most definitely. He'll take 64 after 12 against the throw as well, and that's what he's got to do in the next leg.
100.
Assuming that he
Lee
takes
require
the 64.
Blanford
Poor-
on a bogey as well.
Yes, not the greatest thinking there from Mark. I think he's just realised what he's done as well. Oh,
40.
wasn't
He's
interesting.
counted there, I think, is he?
I think so, yeah. I think he's
Well, there's not going to be too much damage done.
60.
Blanford back on 105, but we
Lee
know how good he is
require
at ton plus
24.
finishes, so this 24 perhaps may have to
Yeah.
go, but he gets a shot at it nonetheless for 3-3.
Lee's face just told a story then that it was just he immediately realised what he'd done.
No
but,
score.
For the match.
Mark, you require
Mark Blanford
105.
finish off with another ton plus checkout. He's got a chance.
Double 16.
89. Lee, you require 24.
So, for a last leg shootout, double 6. Freeze, this ain't nice.
21. Mark, you require
Lost a
16.
little bit of composure those last couple of throws, I felt. Maybe the miscount has played on his mind.
Game, shot,
And Mark
and the match.
Blanford
Mark
is
Blanford.
into the semi-finals. We will have Welsh representation in the final 4 in Selsey. A superb display, great finishing as well. He's through to the last 4. Lee Shewan will go again in the next tournament, but congratulations to Mark Blanford, winner by 4 legs to 2.
Very well played for Mark. That wraps up our evening. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Henry, for looking after me. Hope you've
Pleasure.
enjoyed your
Yeah, it's been great
debut.
fun.
We're back tomorrow, aren't we?
Indeed, shall we make it a date?
Let's do that. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Nick, thank you very much for your company this afternoon. Thanks to you for your company this afternoon. It's been great fun from all of us here from Selsey. We'll see you at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Until then, enjoy your Saturday night and bye-bye for now.